landmark to landfills. We're here to redefine the global textile future. Let's not forget what our ancestors knew. That land is more than just territory or property. It is a living, breathing network of relationships between all living things, its histories and futures. May what we do at this conference be that necessary spark that ignites a whole new way of thinking, imagining, and working together.
Today marks more than just an event. It is a bold step towards transforming Ghana's position in the global textile economy and asserting our leadership in sustainability.
The implementation of a well-designed EPR scheme is key to redefining the global textiles for future, which is the very theme of this summit. By shifting from linear models to circular systems backed by clear producer responsibility, we can create a new paradigm, one where reuse, recycling and regeneration are embedded into the design, distribution and post-consumer handling of every garment produced. EPR is not just a policy tool, it is a cornerstone of the transformation we must lend together. Imagine a world where every garment is reclaimed.
There's going to be twice as much textiles created in the next 20 years. So one of the things that we have to bear in mind is that it's not only the type and the quality of textiles that's being created. One of the responsibilities that we need to try and get from manufacturers is that they slow down and don't produce so much of the oversupply. It is unnecessary.
We have a mandate to reduce our emissions by 64 million tons by 2030. And this, when you take a look at it, involves 34 greenhouse gas mitigation climate actions, of which 9 of them are unconditional sectoral measures. Unconditional in the sense that at the time of development of the climate action, government had secured some source of funding to be able to reduce those emissions.
Ghana's journey towards a circular economy is not just a policy shift. It is a social transformation. It is about rethinking value, redefining responsibility, and reimagining development. With your support, we are capable of turning the waste into wealth. Our environmental challenges also into climate-smart solutions, and our youth into champions of entrepreneurship. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, let us build this future now. The future belongs to us. We have to build it now.
an amazing privilege to welcome all of you here today for the opening of this landmark conference, Landmark to Landfills. We're here to redefine the global textile future. Let's not forget what our ancestors knew. That land is more than just territory or property. It is a living, breathing network of relationships between all living things, its histories and futures. May what we do at this conference be that necessary spark that ignites a whole new way of thinking, imagining, and working together.
Today marks more than just an event. It is a bold step towards transforming Ghana's position in the global textile economy and asserting our leadership in sustainability.
The implementation of a well-designed EPR scheme is key to redefining the global textiles for future, which is the very theme of this summit. By shifting from linear models to circular systems backed by clear producer responsibility, we can create a new paradigm, one where reuse, recycling and regeneration are embedded into the design, distribution and post-consumer handling of every garment produced. EPR is not just a policy tool, it is a cornerstone of the transformation we must lead together. Imagine a world where every garment is reclaimed.
There's going to be twice as much textiles created in the next 20 years. So one of the things that we have to bear in mind is that it's not only the type and the quality of textiles that's being created. One of the responsibilities that we need to try and get from manufacturers is that they slow down and don't produce so much of the oversupply. It is unnecessary.
We have a mandate to reduce our emissions by 64 million tons by 2030. And this, when you take a look at it, involves 34 greenhouse gas mitigation climate actions, of which 9 of them are unconditional sectoral measures. Unconditional in the sense that at the time of development of the climate action, government had secured some source of funding to be able to reduce those emissions.
Ghana's journey towards a circular economy is not just a policy shift. It is a social transformation. It is about rethinking value, redefining responsibility, and reimagining development. With your support, we are capable of turning the waste into wealth. Our environmental challenges also into climate-smart solutions, and our youth into champions of entrepreneurship. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, let us build this future now. The future belongs to us. We have to build it now.
Really an amazing privilege to welcome all of you here today for the opening of this landmark conference, Landmark to Landfills. We're here to redefine the global textile future. Let's not forget what our ancestors knew. That land is more than just territory or property. It is a living, breathing network of relationships between all living things, its histories and futures. May what we do at this conference be that necessary spark that ignites a whole new way of thinking, imagining, and working together.
Today marks more than just an event. It is a bold step towards transforming Ghana's position in the global textile economy and asserting our leadership in sustainability.
The implementation of a well-designed EPR scheme is key to redefining the global textiles for future, which is the very theme of this summit. By shifting from linear models to circular systems backed by clear producer responsibility, we can create a new paradigm, one where reuse, recycling and regeneration are embedded into the design, distribution and post-consumer handling of every garment produced. EPR is not just a policy tool, it is a cornerstone of the transformation we must lead together. Imagine a world where every garment is reclaimed.
There's going to be twice as much textiles created in the next 20 years. So one of the things that we have to bear in mind is that it's not only the type and the quality of textiles that's being created. One of the responsibilities that we need to try and get from manufacturers is that they slow down and don't produce so much of the oversupply. It is unnecessary.
We have a mandate to reduce our emissions by 64 million tons by 2030. And this, when you take a look at it, involves 34 greenhouse gas mitigation climate actions, of which 9 of them are unconditional sectoral measures. Unconditional in the sense that at the time of development of the climate action, government had secured some source of funding to be able to reduce those emissions.
Ghana's journey towards a circular economy is not just a policy shift. It is a social transformation. It is about rethinking value, redefining responsibility, and reimagining development. With your support, we are capable of turning the waste into wealth. Our environmental challenges also into climate-smart solutions, and our youth into champions of entrepreneurship. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, let us build this future now. The future belongs to us. We have to build it now.
Really an amazing privilege to welcome all of you here today for the opening of this landmark conference, Landmark to Landfills. We're here to redefine the global textile future. Let's not forget what our ancestors knew, that land is more than just territory or property. It is a living, breathing network of relationships between all living things, its histories and futures. May what we do at this conference be that necessary spark that ignites a whole new way of thinking, imagining, and working together.
Today marks more than just an event. It is a bold step towards transforming Ghana's position in the global textile economy and asserting our leadership in sustainability.
The implementation of a well-designed EPR scheme is key to redefining the global textiles for future, which is the very theme of this summit. By shifting from linear models to circular systems backed by clear producer responsibility, we can create a new paradigm, one where reuse, recycling and regeneration are embedded into the design, distribution and post-consumer handling of every garment produced. EPR is not just a policy tool, it is a cornerstone of the transformation we must lend together. Imagine a world where every garment is reclaimed.
There's going to be twice as much textiles created in the next 20 years. So one of the things that we have to bear in mind is that it's not only the type and the quality of textiles that's being created. One of the responsibilities that we need to try and get from manufacturers is that they slow down and don't produce so much of the oversupply. It is unnecessary.
We have a mandate to reduce our emissions by 64 million tons by 2030. And this, when you take a look at it, involves 34 greenhouse gas mitigation climate actions, of which 9 of them are unconditional sectoral measures. Unconditional in the sense that at the time of development of the climate action, government had secured some source of funding to be able to reduce those emissions.
Ghana's journey towards a circular economy is not just a policy shift. It is a social transformation. It is about rethinking value, redefining responsibility, and reimagining development. With your support, we are capable of turning the waste into wealth. Our environmental challenges also into climate-smart solutions, and our youth into champions of entrepreneurship. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, let us build this future now. The future belongs to us. We have to build it now.
Really an amazing privilege to welcome all of you here today for the opening of this landmark conference, Landmark to Landfills. We're here to redefine the global textile future. Let's not forget what our ancestors knew, that land is more than just territory or property. It is a living, breathing network of relationships between all living things, its histories and futures. May what we do at this conference be that necessary spark that ignites a whole new way of thinking, imagining, and working together.
Today marks more than just an event. It is a bold step towards transforming Ghana's position in the global textile economy and asserting our leadership in sustainability.
The implementation of a well-designed EPR scheme is key to redefining the global textiles for future, which is the very theme of this summit, by shifting from linear models to circular systems backed by clear producer responsibility. We can create a new paradigm, one where reuse, recycling and regeneration are embedded into the design, distribution and post-consumer handling of every garment produced. EPR is not just a policy tool, it is a cornerstone of the transformation we must lead together. Imagine a world where every garment is reclaimed.
There's going to be twice as much textiles created in the next 20 years. So one of the things that we have to bear in mind is that it's not only the type and the quality of textiles that's being created. One of the responsibilities that we need to try and get from manufacturers is that they slow down and don't produce so much of the oversupply. It is unnecessary.
We have a mandate to reduce our emissions by 64 million tons by 2030. And this, when you take a look at it, involves 34 greenhouse gas mitigation climate actions, of which 9 of them are unconditional sectoral measures. Unconditional in the sense that at the time of development of the climate action, government had secured some source of funding to be able to reduce those emissions.
Ghana's journey towards a circular economy is not just a policy shift. It is a social transformation. It is about rethinking value, redefining responsibility, and reimagining development. With your support, we are capable of turning the waste into wealth. Our environmental challenges also into climate-smart solutions, and our youth into champions of entrepreneurship. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, let us build this future now. The future belongs to us. We have to build it now.
Really an amazing privilege to welcome all of you here today for the opening of this landmark conference, Landmark to Landfills. We're here to redefine the global textile future. Let's not forget what our ancestors knew, that land is more than just territory or property. It is a living, breathing network of relationships between all living things, its histories and futures. May what we do at this conference be that necessary spark that ignites a whole new way of thinking, imagining, and working together.
Today marks more than just an event. It is a bold step towards transforming Ghana's position in the global textile economy and asserting our leadership in sustainability.
The implementation of a well-designed EPR scheme is key to redefining the global textiles for future, which is the very theme of this summit, by shifting from linear models to circular systems backed by clear producer responsibility. We can create a new paradigm, one where reuse, recycling and regeneration are embedded into the design, distribution and post-consumer handling of every garment produced. EPR is not just a policy tool, it is a cornerstone of the transformation we must lend together. Imagine a world where every garment is reclaimed.
There's going to be twice as much textiles created in the next 20 years. So one of the things that we have to bear in mind is that it's not only the type and the quality of textiles that's being created. One of the responsibilities that we need to try and get from manufacturers is that they slow down and don't produce so much of the oversupply. It is unnecessary.
We have a mandate to reduce our emissions by 64 million tons by 2030. And this, when you take a look at it, involves 34 greenhouse gas mitigation climate actions, of which 9 of them are unconditional sectoral measures. Unconditional in the sense that at the time of development of the climate action, government had secured some source of funding to be able to reduce those emissions.
Ghana's journey towards a circular economy is not just a policy shift. It is a social transformation. It is about rethinking value, redefining responsibility, and reimagining development. With your support, we are capable of turning the waste into wealth. Our environmental challenges also into climate-smart solutions, and our youth into champions of entrepreneurship. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, let us build this future now. The future belongs to us. We have to build it now.
Really an amazing privilege to welcome all of you here today for the opening of this landmark conference, Landmark to Landfills. We're here to redefine the global textile future. Let's not forget what our ancestors knew, that land is more than just territory or property. It is a living, breathing network of relationships between all living things, its histories and futures. May what we do at this conference be that necessary spark that ignites a whole new way of thinking, imagining, and working together.
Today marks more than just an event. It is a bold step towards transforming Ghana's position in the global textile economy and asserting our leadership in sustainability.
The implementation of a well-designed EPR scheme is key to redefining the global textiles for future, which is the very theme of this summit. By shifting from linear models to circular systems backed by clear producer responsibility, we can create a new paradigm, one where reuse, recycling and regeneration are embedded into the design, distribution and post-consumer handling of every garment produced. EPR is not just a policy tool, it is a cornerstone of the transformation we must lend together. Imagine a world where every garment is reclaimed.
There's going to be twice as much textiles created in the next 20 years. So one of the things that we have to bear in mind is that it's not only the type and the quality of textiles that's being created. One of the responsibilities that we need to try and get from manufacturers is that they slow down and don't produce so much of the oversupply. It is unnecessary.
We have a mandate to reduce our emissions by 64 million tons by 2030. And this, when you take a look at it, involves 34 greenhouse gas mitigation climate actions, of which 9 of them are unconditional sectoral measures. Unconditional in the sense that at the time of development of the climate action, government had secured some source of funding to be able to reduce those emissions.
Ghana's journey towards a circular economy is not just a policy shift. It is a social transformation. It is about rethinking value, redefining responsibility, and reimagining development. With your support, we are capable of turning the waste into wealth. Our environmental challenges also into climate-smart solutions, and our youth into champions of entrepreneurship. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, let us build this future now. The future belongs to us. We have to build it now.
An amazing privilege to welcome all of you here today for the opening of this landmark conference, Landmark to Landfills. We're here to redefine the global textile future. Let's not forget what our ancestors knew, that land is more than just territory or property. It is a living, breathing network of relationships between all living things, its histories and futures. May what we do at this conference be that necessary spark that ignites a whole new way of thinking, imagining, and working together.
Today marks more than just an event. It is a bold step towards transforming Ghana's position in the global textile economy and asserting our leadership in sustainability.
The implementation of a well-designed EPR scheme is key to redefining the global textiles for future, which is the very theme of this summit. By shifting from linear models to circular systems backed by clear producer responsibility, we can create a new paradigm, one where reuse, recycling and regeneration are embedded into the design, distribution and post-consumer handling of every garment produced. EPR is not just a policy tool, it is a cornerstone of the transformation we must lend together. Imagine a world where every garment is reclaimed.
There's going to be twice as much textiles created in the next 20 years. So one of the things that we have to bear in mind is that it's not only the type and the quality of textiles that's being created. One of the responsibilities that we need to try and get from manufacturers is that they slow down and don't produce so much of the oversupply. It is unnecessary.
We have a mandate to reduce our emissions by 64 million tons by 2030. And this, when you take a look at it, involves 34 greenhouse gas mitigation climate actions, of which 9 of them are unconditional sectoral measures, unconditional in the sense that at the time of development of the climate action, government had secured some source of funding to be able to reduce those emissions.
Ghana's journey towards a circular economy is not just a policy shift. It is a social transformation. It is about rethinking value, redefining responsibility, and reimagining development. With your support, we are capable of turning the waste into wealth. Our environmental challenges also into climate-smart solutions, and our youth into champions of entrepreneurship. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, let us build this future now. The future belongs to us. We have to build it now.
Really an amazing privilege to welcome all of you here today for the opening of this landmark conference, Landmark to Landfills. We're here to redefine the global textile future. Let's not forget what our ancestors knew, that land is more than just territory or property. It is a living, breathing network of relationships between all living things, its histories and futures. May what we do at this conference be that necessary spark that ignites a whole new way of thinking, imagining, and working together.
Today marks more than just an event. It is a bold step towards transforming Ghana's position in the global textile economy and asserting our leadership in sustainability.
The implementation of a well-designed EPR scheme is key to redefining the global textiles for future, which is the very theme of this summit. By shifting from linear models to circular systems backed by clear producer responsibility, we can create a new paradigm, one where reuse, recycling and regeneration are embedded into the design, distribution and post-consumer handling of every garment produced. EPR is not just a policy tool, it is a cornerstone of the transformation we must lead together. Imagine a world where every garment is reclaimed.
There's going to be twice as much textiles created in the next 20 years. So one of the things that we have to bear in mind is that it's not only the type and the quality of textiles that's being created. One of the responsibilities that we need to try and get from manufacturers is that they slow down and don't produce so much of the oversupply. It is unnecessary.
We have a mandate to reduce our emissions by 64 million tons by 2030. And this, when you take a look at it, involves 34 greenhouse gas mitigation climate actions, of which 9 of them are unconditional sectoral measures, unconditional in the sense that at the time of development of the climate action, government had secured some source of funding to be able to reduce those emissions.
Ghana's journey towards a circular economy is not just a policy shift. It is a social transformation. It is about rethinking value, redefining responsibility, and reimagining development. With your support, we are capable of turning the waste into wealth. Our environmental challenges also into climate-smart solutions, and our youth into champions of entrepreneurship. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, let us build this future now. The future belongs to us. We have to build it now.
This is really an amazing privilege to welcome all of you here today for the opening of this landmark conference, Landmark to Landfills. We're here to redefine the global textile future. Let's not forget what our ancestors knew, that land is more than just territory or property. It is a living, breathing network of relationships between all living things, its histories and futures. May what we do at this conference be that necessary spark that ignites a whole new way of thinking, imagining, and working together.
Today marks more than just an event. It is a bold step towards transforming Ghana's position in the global textile economy and asserting our leadership in sustainability.
The implementation of a well-designed EPR scheme is key to redefining the global textiles for future, which is the very theme of this summit. By shifting from linear models to circular systems backed by clear producer responsibility, we can create a new paradigm, one where reuse, recycling and regeneration are embedded into the design, distribution and post-consumer handling of every garment produced. EPR is not just a policy tool, it is a cornerstone of the transformation we must lend together. Imagine a world where every garment is reclaimed.
There's going to be twice as much textiles created in the next 20 years. So one of the things that we have to bear in mind is that it's not only the type and the quality of textiles that's being created. One of the responsibilities that we need to try and get from manufacturers is that they slow down and don't produce so much of the oversupply. It is unnecessary.
We have a mandate to reduce our emissions by 64 million tons by 2030. And this, when you take a look at it, involves 34 greenhouse gas mitigation climate actions, of which 9 of them are unconditional sectoral measures. Unconditional in the sense that at the time of development of the climate action, government had secured some source of funding to be able to reduce those emissions.
Ghana's journey towards a circular economy is not just a policy shift. It is a social transformation. It is about rethinking value, redefining responsibility, and reimagining development. With your support, we are capable of turning the waste into wealth. Our environmental challenges also into climate-smart solutions, and our youth into champions of entrepreneurship. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, let us build this future now. The future belongs to us. We have to build it now.
This is really an amazing privilege to welcome all of you here today for the opening of this landmark conference, Landmark to Landfills. We're here to redefine the global textile future. Let's not forget what our ancestors knew, that land is more than just territory or property. It is a living, breathing network of relationships between all living things, its histories and futures. May what we do at this conference be that necessary spark that ignites a whole new way of thinking, imagining, and working together.
Today marks more than just an event. It is a bold step towards transforming Ghana's position in the global textile economy and asserting our leadership in sustainability.
The implementation of a well-designed EPR scheme is key to redefining the global textiles for future, which is the very theme of this summit. By shifting from linear models to circular systems backed by clear producer responsibility, we can create a new paradigm, one where reuse, recycling and regeneration are embedded into the design, distribution and post-consumer handling of every garment produced. EPR is not just a policy tool, it is a cornerstone of the transformation we must lead together. Imagine a world where every garment is reclaimed.
There's going to be twice as much textiles created in the next 20 years. So one of the things that we have to bear in mind is that it's not only the type and the quality of textiles that's being created. One of the responsibilities that we need to try and get from manufacturers is that they slow down and don't produce so much of the oversupply. It is unnecessary.
We have a mandate to reduce our emissions by 64 million tons by 2030. And this, when you take a look at it, involves 34 greenhouse gas mitigation climate actions, of which 9 of them are unconditional sectoral measures. Unconditional in the sense that at the time of development of the climate action, government had secured some source of funding to be able to reduce those emissions.
Ghana's journey towards a circular economy is not just a policy shift. It is a social transformation. It is about rethinking value, redefining responsibility, and reimagining development. With your support, we are capable of turning the waste into wealth. Our environmental challenges also into climate-smart solutions, and our youth into champions of entrepreneurship. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, let us build this future now. The future belongs to us. We have to build it now.
privilege to welcome all of you here today for the opening of this landmark conference, Landmark to Landfills. We're here to redefine the global textile future. Let's not forget what our ancestors knew, that land is more than just territory or property. It is a living, breathing network of relationships between all living things, its histories and futures. May
I ask that you all take your seats? Thank you very much. You're welcome to day 2 of the Landfills to Landmarks conference. And we're still here in Accra, the center of the world, because you can't be closest to the equator beyond Accra. And it is my pleasure and privilege to be with you again for day 2. I'll be doing this with my colleague, Judith Brown. Before we start, well, we have to go through the very important process of entrusting today's proceedings into the Supreme Being. So to do that, I'd like to call on Reverend Bonzi to lead us in a short word of prayer. Let's welcome him with a round of applause, please.
Hello, good morning. Can we have a word of prayer? Father, we thank you so much for great brains that have gathered here. Yesterday was an awesome moment. We thank you for the life of co-founders, Simon and Henry. We thank you for collaborators, partners, and we thank you for sponsors that have gathered here. We ask that, Lord, you take absolute control over today's activity. We ask that deliberations and discussions will come to that place of execution, where we'll come to the place of sustainable solutions. We ask that, Lord, you chair a man and you bring us to a expected end. We thank you in Jesus' mighty name. Amen.
Oh, a round of applause for him. I believe you'd all agree with me that yesterday was an eventful one. And if you were here yesterday, give yourself a round of applause. It just tells the importance you add to sustainable fashion right here in Ghana. And so, if you were not here, for your benefit, we're going to show you a recap video of what really happened yesterday. And then we're going to zoom straight into the program.
You at this conference be that necessary spark that ignites a whole new way of thinking, imagining, and working together.
Today marks more than just an event. It is a bold step towards transforming Ghana's position in the global textile economy and asserting our leadership in sustainability.
The implementation of a well-designed EPR scheme is key to redefining the global textiles for future, which is the very theme of this summit. By shifting from linear models to circular systems backed by clear producer responsibility, we can create a new paradigm, one where reuse, recycling and regeneration are embedded into the design, distribution and post-consumer handling of every garment produced. EPR is not just a policy tool, it is a cornerstone of the transformation we must lend together. Imagine a world where every garment is reclaimed.
There's going to be twice as much textiles created in the next 20 years. So one of the things that we have to bear in mind is that it's not only the type and the quality of textiles that's being created. One of the responsibilities that we need to try and get from manufacturers is that
EPR is not just a policy tool, it is a cornerstone of the transformation we must lend together. Imagine a world where every garment is reclaimed.
there's going to be twice as much textiles created in the next 20 years. So one of the things that we have to bear in mind is that it's not only the type and the quality of textiles that's being created. One of the responsibilities that we need to try and get from manufacturers is that they slow down and don't produce so much of the oversupply. It is unnecessary.
We have a mandate to reduce our emissions by 64 million tons by 2030. And this, when you take a look at it, involves 34 greenhouse gas mitigation climate actions, of which 9 of them are unconditional sectoral measures. Unconditional in the sense that at the time of development of the climate action, government had secured some source of funding to be able to reduce those emissions.
Ghana's journey towards a circular economy is not just a policy shift. It is a social transformation. It is about rethinking value, redefining responsibility, and reimagining development. With your support, we are capable of turning the waste into wealth. Our environmental challenges also into climate-smart solutions, and our youth into champions of entrepreneurship. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, let us build this future now. The future belongs to us. We have to build it now.
A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. That was a quick recap of how yesterday went.
Exactly, and I think my highlight was when Peter Allen called for circular fashion, where producers can produce more durable and quality designs. And of course, that's why we're here, because if the garments or the textiles are not durable, if they do not have a long lifespan, then we cannot reuse them and repurpose them when needed. But what's your highlight for yesterday?
Well, I think I said that even before the day ended. It's that question that still rings true in my head. What if we stop digging up Mother Earth and stop burying her in what we no longer need? Exactly. I think it encapsulates why we're here and the action required. And today is a day of action. It's a day that the people to whom the world relies on to see us deal with this waste conundrum and sustainability, the young people, the youth. They're not just the future, they're the now. They're the ones whose actions will make the difference. And today that would be the focus. You will see presentations, you will witness panel discussions, and of course you will also have a fireside chat to look forward to, all engendering the necessary action that you and I need to take to make sure that we are, by 2030 and beyond, diverting 100% of textile waste away from landfills.
Right, and just so you know, we are streaming live on YouTube, on Facebook, Instagram, as well as Twitter, and it's Landfills2Landmarks. And so you can just open your phone, go on your social media platforms, and share the link so that others can also benefit from this awesome program.
In addition to that, we would like to keep the conversation ongoing, and there are a bunch of hashtags and digital handles that you can use. They'll be on the screen in a moment, so you will be able to follow the handles and keep the conversation going. Don't forget, this is not an event, neither is it a conference. It's a movement, and beyond here, each and every one of us has a job to do to continue pushing the boundaries to get action by all concerned to make positive impact.
Right, and so we're going to zoom straight into the program, and we have a video recording from the special aide to the President, John Dramani Mahama. She is in person of Joyce Bawa Mokhtari. We're going to play her video now and then hear what she has to say to us in regards to sustainable fashion.
Imagining and working together.
Landfills2Landmarks. This morning I am actually deeply honored to be joining you to have a very interesting conversation, one that I believe has the future of each and every one of us at heart. You know, especially for those of us who literally live in and out of textiles, I think that any project that looks at all of us in a futuristic way is something that I am particularly interested in. You know, we do live in a global village, and it's important that we actually get into conversations that actually feature things that will actually take Ghana to the next level. You know, as a country, Ghana has done a fantastic job. We have actually created a minister in charge of climate change. We have a green ministry now attached to our energy ministry. We also have tried very hard to work on an environmental ministry that also looks at climate change and matters to do with sustainability. This morning, I realized that you have a fantastic theme, which actually talks about what? Looking into the future of fashion and leveraging on circularity as a way of building a new global economy. I think that this is fantastic. I think it opens up Ghana to many other opportunities. Listen here, legislations are great. There's a good reason why we ensure that we have regulations, we have laws. The laws are actually supposed to create an environment for businesses to flourish, an environment for creativity, an environment for innovation, and of course, an incubation place also for persons who have ideas that will take us to the next level. I think that Ghanaian entrepreneurs have done a great job. I love the fact that these days we are looking at things from a very different perspective. Indeed, we're looking at them from landfills. Imagine the levels of landfills that we create from fabrics alone, from textiles alone, from manufacturing. Think about it. All the papers we carry, all the plastics, all the fabrics we wear, you name it. We're looking at recycling. We want to reuse. We want to upskill. We want to ensure that as the global south moves to other things, we are literally at the head in terms of what it is that we want to do. I love the fact that today we are looking at what we can do with fabrics in particular, that we're trying very hard to move fabrics from literally all the bins, from all the homes, from all the shops, from all the manufacturing points to a point where we can use them and use them over and over again. You know, there's something interesting that I learned a few days ago, that people even now offer businesses through a service that will force you to continue to reuse. People give you packages in reusable containers. People give you clothes that you can change into all sorts of other styles beyond wearing them just as one thing. I mean, I'm wearing a lovely kente today because I want to commemorate this fantastic opportunity that is set up for all of us to look at a very futuristic way of regulating an industry that we literally live, eat, and drink in. So look at it from the perspective of a kente fabric or the northern smock fabric. It is something that you actually weave together. So there are strips of fabric that can be taken apart, that can be made into different things, into handbags, into slippers, you name it. So from this beautiful outfit, I can probably make 3, 4, 5 other outfits. And be honest with you, this is made by a Ghanaian designer. So we do have a lot of talent. What we now need to look at is to look at a purposeful way in which we can create laws that will bind all of us, commit us to doing things differently, commit us to ensuring that first and foremost we recycle our waste. We recycle the materials that we use and leave over, that we upscale, and that we also use them in a way that we can reuse for so many times over. You know, this is a great opportunity for youth in particular. There's a whole new world out there about green justice for everybody, about energy justice for everybody. There must certainly also be an opportunity for us who are also in the fashion industry. So today I wish you all well. I wish you very fruitful discussions. I'm looking forward to rules, to laws, to regulations that will actually create an enabling environment. You know, look, let's commend President John Dramani Mahama and his government. They have actually got a very futuristic outlook on everything sustainability. I think that when we look at reimagining the future of fashion, we can't reimagine the future of fashion without looking at laws that will enable us to use, reuse, upscale, and indeed move them from beautiful landfills to landmarks. I remember a gentleman in the sanitation industry telling me that there's a lot of resources and money actually in landfills. It took me a while to realize that. But remember also that we can also work in a way that we make even the landfills more sustainable by taking out whatever it is that we've put in there, so that what it means is that we create more room so that others can continue to dump. And the dumping should not just be dumping in terms of rubbish and waste. It must be something that you dump in a way that we can use and reuse. I think that when you look at all the ways in which we sort out our waste, we sort out our raw material, we sort out even rubbish in our homes, I think that the time has come for all of us to legislate in particular and make some very good inroads into this particular aspect of it. Look, kudos to all the entrepreneurs, kudos to the architects of this amazing conference, kudos to the young people who have thought this very, very important initiative at this time, thanks to the innovation of the Ghanaian entrepreneur and the Ghanaian citizen. I love the fact that there's a beautiful partnership from people from Europe, from people from America. I mean, look, I met a company a few days ago. They've been recycling since 1932, 7 generations of one family. I'd love to look at the legislation that allows us also to have justice for all of these sorts of issues that actually have ways in which they can create a better future for all of us. Look, there's a lot of money in recycling. There's a lot of money in innovation. There's even more money in sustainability. I wish you all well, and I hope that together we can create a future that allows us to indeed reimagine fashion, to look at it as a way of leveraging on circularity to build an even different economy, from moving second-hand clothes to the needy and poor in Africa, to the business and manufacturing in Africa, to actually making them reusable, to actually making them more upscale, to even taking our own outfits apart and making many other products out of them. I think there's a whole value chain, a whole logistics chain. And for me as a lawyer in particular, look, I love everything transportation and everything shipping. Indeed, when we passed the MAPOL bill, it was to make sure that the polluter pays. Shipping and ships have become very, very, very responsible since then. And of course, dumping of waste is not something that any dumper knows that you pay for. So if we put in little laws, little regulations, and actually justifiably create an environment that allows us to build even new and better businesses, I think that that is a way to go. So for my part, you'll get all the support that you need. You'll get all the help, be it through a professional perspective, through conversations and what have you. I'm looking forward to an even more improved future with landfills leading all of us to building great landmarks for fashion and many other industries. Thank you, and God bless us all.
Do it better. And that was a goodwill message from the special aide to the President, Joyce Bauer Mokhtari. We're going to have another message, and this time it's coming from the Executive Director for the Future Proof Fashion. She's the person of Sasha McFarlane. It's also a video, so sit back, relax, and enjoy.
Executive Director at Future Proof Fashion. Before I begin, I want to send a heartfelt thank you to the incredible team at Landfills2Landmarks for inviting me to be part of this important event. I'm sorry I couldn't be with you there in person. I would have loved to have been on the ground, learning and building alongside many of you who are shaping the future of this region, but I am thrilled to still be able to share the vision with you. I hope it's just the beginning of a deeper collaboration. You've just heard from Bill McCraith about the bold vision of the West Africa Regeneration Zone. a system-wide solution to tackle the growing crisis of apparel waste. But what makes this more than a recycling project? What turns it into a true economic engine is what we do beyond the machines. It's about the ecosystem we create around this zone. The ideas, the infrastructure, the investment, and the innovation culture. My role today is to share how we turn this challenge into the most exciting innovation zone the apparel industry has seen in decades. One that pairs local ingenuity with global ambition. Because infrastructure alone isn't enough. We need a concentrated ecosystem of talent, capital, and experimentation. So let's turn our lens to one of the world's most renowned innovation ecosystems in the world, Silicon Valley. Everyone loves to talk about Silicon Valley's unicorns, but what makes that region extraordinary isn't just the successes, it's actually how it handles failure. In Silicon Valley, most startups don't succeed. In fact, according to a report published by Startup Genome, 90% of startups fail, and only 0.07% of US-based software companies created since 2003 have become unicorn companies. 0.07%. But when those failures ultimately happen, talent doesn't disappear. It's reseeded into new ventures. The knowledge doesn't vanish, it cross-pollinates. And this creates a powerful flywheel of innovation. A culture where risk is embraced, where the smartest minds collaborate in close proximity, and where failure is ultimately seen as the price of progress. And maybe the most important innovation wasn't even a product. It was venture capital. Before this, if you wanted to start a company, you needed a rich aunt or a government grant. In Silicon Valley, they invented a new idea, a way to back talent and ideas, not just assets. And that changed everything. Add this angel funding, accelerators, and founder networks, and what you get is a loop. Great idea, early stage funding, failure or success, and reinvestment into the next big thing. And here's the kicker. It made people stop thinking in silos. So not just about industries or companies, but about the region itself as a unit of innovation. Because when capital and talent and ideas collide in one place, that is when systems change. So let's now shift our lens back to West Africa. Why do I believe that Ghana could be one of these regions? Because the raw materials for this kind of ecosystem already exist. A dynamic young population, a government ready to invest in circularity, local leaders like ATL, Arise, DTRT, Ethical Apparel are already expanding production, training workers, and highlighting West Africa's potential to the global stage. A surge in interest from international brands, a rising academic community, and most critically, a shared vision for industrial scale regeneration. The foundation is set, but now we need to go one step further and build the innovation ecosystem. One of the most overlooked and most critical drivers of innovation is access. In Silicon Valley, startups thrive because they have access to capital, talent, and infrastructure, as well as that shared failure. That is the opportunity in Ghana, to build not just standalone factories, but an interconnected and co-located ecosystem that includes fiber-to-fiber innovators and sorting tech companies working side by side with recyclers and garment producers, shared infrastructure, labs to logistics that reduce barriers to entry for startups, pilot production lines where ideas move quickly from prototype to product, and open access to waste streams so entrepreneurs can test in real-world environments. This is how we transform circularity from a theory into a thriving industrial reality. It's not just about what's built. It's about how it's built and who gets access to it. The West Africa Regeneration Zone is not just a recycling park. It's the spark of a new industrial strategy, one where innovation is local, not outsourced. Talent is retained and recycled, much like the materials we aim to regenerate. And failure is celebrated because it fuels the next breakthrough. This is how we leapfrog. This is how we build an entirely new fashion ecosystem, one that's resilient, regenerative, and the future. And it will take all of us, brands willing to invest in pilots, not just PR, governments ready to unlock infrastructure and policy, investors looking beyond linear returns, and local global innovators with the courage to build what hasn't been built before. If Silicon Valley could create a tech revolution, then why can't Ghana lead the circular fashion revolution? Let's make that our reality. Look forward to seeing you there.
A round of applause for Sasha McFarlane. So I promised you action today, and from here on, that's exactly what you're about to see. Our next speaker comes with a colleague. He's a director of one of our textile mills in Ghana, Akosombo Textiles, and in the person of Philip Osafo Kwako. And he will be joined by Jerry Mafo, and they're just going to demonstrate to you how they're taking action to bring about sustainability in the textile industry. A round of applause as they come, please.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be here. My name is Philip. I'm director for Akosombo Textiles, one of the large textile mills in Ghana. And I'm joined today by Mr. Jerry.
Yeah, like you said, I'm Jerry Adaimafo. I lead engineering in the same establishment that he directs.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much. And we produce these very colorful African prints that you're seeing. Our factory is located about a 2-hour drive from here by one of the large hydropower dams, renewable energy dams located here. So we have a short presentation, maybe about 10 minutes to share with you. But before that, maybe let's show you a video of our location, our site, and some of the work on sustainability that we've started working on. As I said, our factory is located near the Akosombo Dam, which is one of the largest hydropower dams here. So we already sort of, push our sustainability and renewable story very strongly. We've also decarbonized a lot of our production, switching to biomass boilers and this type of stuff. There's a circularity project we have started working on, using some of the local feedstock in the region. So we'll tell you a bit about how we are thinking about this and why we think this is a very powerful way to approach things. Let's start the video from the beginning. Thank you.
Along the serene water basin in Ghana lies the Akosombo Green Industrial Park, a vision, a promise to our planet and to Ghana's future. We are building a vibrant ecosystem dedicated to sustainability. We are nurturing industries that care, all working with a commitment to low-carbon, eco-conscious production. From the energy of our people to the power that fuels their work, sustainability is our driving force. Every operation here draws renewable energy from the Akosombo Dam, complemented by biomass boilers that turn local agricultural waste into power. Our location is a gateway to global market with direct connections to Accra, the Tema Port, and Kotoka International Airport. We are opening doors for Guinean-made goods to reach the world. Our vision is a park spanning 200 acres, bringing in new enterprises and creating 4,000 new jobs for Guineans. On top of the 800 lives we are already impacting. We are not just about industry, we are about the community. With planned facilities that support our staff and their families, a clinic, a canteen, a child care center. We are building a thriving ecosystem where people are empowered and supported. Guided by circular economy principles, the industrial park creates value from waste. Offcuts from shoe manufacturing power our boilers, while garment scraps feed the circular textile mill. Nothing is wasted. The industrial park is committed to a green future and the sustainable development goals. We are building something special, something truly magnificent. We are taking the green action, weaving the destiny of our people and their children with our own hands. Akosombo Green Industrial Park, empowering companies and communities to build a sustainable future together.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Yeah. Could you pop up the presentation for us, please? And I'll let Jerry go through a few slides. And then I'll talk a bit more about the circularity pilot, which we are working on. We're calling it the Akosombo Circular Textiles Project, so it sounds like ACT. So it's a bit cheesy, but bear with us. So you can see we are acting. Can you go into presentation mode? Next slide, next slide. Okay.
Okay, so my work here is very simple because the video has already done justice to it, but the objective here is to highlight a few things that probably most of you might have missed. It's not working. Okay, so basically, from the previous slide, so we produce textiles, and currently we are sitting on a 100-acre facility, a brownfield, as you can see, with 750 direct employees. We are powered by hydroelectric power and then also biomass boiler as our main sources of energy. We are also exploring solar since we have so much roof space. And the idea is to constantly stay in the green space or agenda. So that's our location. If you look down there, the red star, that's where Akosombo is, sitting beneath the major cotton growing areas, about 2-hour drive from where we are. But the sweet spot is from Temaport, which is where, main commerce in Ghana sort of begins from. It's just an hour drive to our factory. And currently we have a railway line connecting Tema and then our factory, which even lessens the transportation by some 15%. So give or take, in 45 minutes, if you are using railway, you should be in Akosombo. That's if you want to cut goods. So these are some of the things that the video captured. Currently, as we speak, we have an industrial shed that is available for occupancy, totaling around 33,000 square meters. There's one huge block that is 30,000 square meters and 3 900, which combined can give you 33. So any project is sort of ready to come in. And our facility has on-site clinic, we have canteen for workers. We are powered by renewable energy sources. It's a place that is worth visiting and worth, investing and co-locating with us. I need not reiterate this point. We are strategically positioned. Next to the factory is a reliable water source, energy source in terms of hydroelectric power from the Akosombo Dam, and then also good transportation network, both road and then railway.
Okay, so let me speak a bit about the circularity pilot that we are looking at and how we see it. So I think coming from the conversation yesterday, there's been a lot of discussion about used clothing and how it's becoming a big challenge for us in Ghana We've been talking to a lot of players in the ecosystem, to the NGOs, to folks at the Kantamanto market, and we really want to see how this can actually be used and thought about on an industrial scale. What does circularity mean for Ghana if we are going to think about circular manufacturing? Okay, next slide. I don't know what's going on again. Can you flip to the next slide? Okay. Okay. I mean, I think. Next slide. Okay. I think there's been a lot of discussion from yesterday about the volume of material that is coming into Ghana and what can be done about it, how it can be fully utilized. We have a very big and broad view of this, that if you think about fabric that is ending up in the country, there are many things you can do with it. There's a big chunk of it that can be upcycled and resold in the local markets. That is still important for the whole Kantamanto ecosystem and other players. But in addition to that, there's a bunch of it also that we think can be recycled into garments, into fiber, into garments, and it's a lot of exciting stuff that is happening in this space. There will be another portion of it that will be downcycled. So the stuff that you cannot recycle or upcycle, you can end up downcycling them. And again, there are people piloting and thinking about, whether we are going to downcycle them into biomass briquettes, into blankets, into a bunch of these things. And these are all things that we are beginning to pilot, to think about also at our site. And then finally, the stuff that cannot be used can then even be incinerated in some of our boilers. You saw from our video that there is a biomass boiler already there, which we are actually actively using. In fact, for some of our own post-industrial waste, for some of our own production waste at our site, we are able to burn it now in our boilers, and it works very, very well. So there's a big, broader thinking around this, as long as we can do it in a green, in a sustainable, in a circular, in a low-carbon way, it could be a big opportunity again. Can it go into presentation mode so that I can click it through? Thank you. Very good. Okay. So this is the way we are thinking about it. There's a pilot project that we have designed now, again, and worked with some of the local stakeholders to think about. And this is how we are thinking about it. The idea is to collect some of the clothing waste, to move it through a sorting center where this stuff is sorted out so that you can actually sort of separate out the different fractions. And we do a mechanical shredding. And we visited some of the machinery conferences a few years ago, ITMA. We visited the ITMA conference in Milano, and it's very exciting, all the new machines that are coming on and how these machines can work. So you can do a mechanical shredding with, whether it's La Roche or Saintis or some of these machines, and then you get these fibers over there. You'd see that we put jobs underneath, because for us, the big thing is about job creation. And as long as these are labor-intensive ideas that can generate the jobs, I think it's something that is very good for us along the lines of circularity and green jobs. So once you run through the process, you produce these fibers. Next slide, please. Okay. And then our idea is to take these fibers, to blend them in with virgin cotton, and then go through the process again, spin it into yarn, weave the yarn into a fabric, and then think through how you can produce a garment again. Go through that entire ecosystem. And what you're going to have at the end is a garment now that has sort of recycled fibers in it. The technologies are not perfect, but it's improving year on year. And if you go down to New York, you go to Fifth Avenue in New York and go to any of these big shops, I don't know, Patagonia or Muji or any of this, you would see that the whole idea around, having circular fibers, circular textiles is very interesting now. Actually, we presented at the UN General Assembly last year to showcase some of Ghanaian fashion. And we think this could all be a very interesting direction if we can execute on the pilot and show it. In a bit more detail, this is the way the pilot could work. You could actually do a lot of the collection around, work with our colleagues at Kantamanto, work with the NGOs in Kantamanto collect sort of the fibers from all over, and then bring them into a sorting center, bring them into one sorting center at the factory. We actually have also been approached by folks doing international workwear. So we had folks approaching us from Sweden, from Scandinavia, you know, the police service or the military in like, you know, Scandinavia saying, look, we have all these clothes that we need to sort of like recycle. Let's talk through how we can send some of that to you guys. You sort it out. No problem at all. We will take it. And the idea is once you collect all of that into one big industrial sorting center, you run it through these technologies like fiber sort and Valvan. So these technologies are pretty interesting, and they have almost like infrared. The clothing goes on a belt like you'd see at an airport, sort of a baggage carousel, and they shoot this infrared at the clothes. So they can detect then at a very molecular level which one is the cotton, which one is the polyester, which one is the wool, what have you. So we can separate them out, and you'll get the different fractions, which is very exciting. Once that is done, you need to take out, before you can do any recycling, you need to take out the buttons, the zips, and this type of stuff. That step is labor intensive. That step is very labor intensive. So it may be a challenge in North America or in Europe, but for us, it's good. We are happy to, like, you know, take advantage of a labor intensive step and do all that pre-processing, do the shredding, and then you get the fibers then that would come out. And it's part of those fibers that we can hopefully use to push on the next step of the circularity again. So again, from the video, you can see that the site is there. We are producing. We produce this fabric already. We've actually moved. We have other factories co-locating with us doing the shoes. And we have fully designed this pilot, and we understand totally what to do, what the space is, and how we can start it up and get going. The process is still going on. We've worked and received a lot of support from, you know, some partners, the Tony Blair Institute and others. And as I said, we've done a lot of the site visits. Our hope is to be able to complete some of this and do the pilot before the end of the year, and then hopefully scale it up and see how this thing can get bigger. I'll just end with 2 slides. At the end of the day, I think there's just a lot of talk and discussion around this. How do you do circularity? How do you do sustainability? How do you do green jobs, green growth and stuff? We have the site, and we are trying to get on with it very quickly. And we always tell our folks from the UN and type of institutions that if they are really interested in these SDGs and green growth and circularity, this is circularity in action. This is something that we are really excited about, and hopefully we can execute. My colleagues at the Ministry of Trade are here. The Akosombo site is also partly owned with the Ministry of Trade. And the vision of the country is ultimately jobs, 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 and how we create jobs. The government has laid out an ambitious plan. I think the minister said it yesterday also, to see how we can actually leverage manufacturing to create jobs for the young people and also generate exports. So we really want this to be part of the bigger plan and part of the bigger solution to do this. This is the challenge. You need to create the jobs for people. We don't want sort of like large levels of unemployment in the country. Ultimately, if the textiles, the garment sector can take off, Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Yeah. Could you pop up the presentation for us? What we are targeting is about 5,000 metric tons. About 5,000 metric tons. Now, there's been a lot of analysis on the volume of fiber that comes into Ghana and the size. You know, I think yesterday, I mean, Liz or Marvin must have spoken about GIZ has done this work. Ballpark, people are looking about 100,000 metric tons per annum coming into Ghana, of which maybe 30–40% is waste, so 30,000, 40,000 metric tons. So you can imagine that 5,000 of this is still relatively small, right? You may see it as waste. In another sense, it's also a feedstock, right? So it's just 5,000 metric tons of feedstock. We participated in the Textile Exchange Conference in Pasadena last year, and a lot of people are looking at different things, you know, in polyester, in this. And in a sense, you are sitting on a huge amount of feedstock over here. And if we can think collaboratively with the government about how we harness this feedstock, we think it could be very, very interesting for us. So 5,000 metric tons on a pilot. We would love to scale it up easily to about 20,000 metric tons, and even more if we can do it, and do it at scale. Yeah. And the 5,000 metric tons, simply because that is just one line. We just want to put in one line of La Roche or Saint is one of these lines with Valvan. If you start putting in multiple parallel lines, it will scale up very well. The key thing is that there are steps in the process which are labor intensive. If you have to take off the buttons, the zips, the trims, all the pre-processing, in a way that honestly, I mean, you could do it in Europe or North America, but we think we are way more competitive in labor costs to be able to do it here. We have the site, we have the location, we know what to do. So we will be very excited to partner with folks. And ultimately, we wanted to get to a point where if there is a large industrial player, if, you know, it's the police service, the military service in, you know, one large country, and they need to do some of this recycling stuff, then we can even go into a direct partnership with them where it can just come, you know, in bulk to us. We do the necessary recycling and provide it back to them to use. And of course, for, you know, other partners from, you know, TRI or others, we'll be excited to work with you on the pilot and draw the whole ecosystem into this. So.
Hello.
Where is the question?
Here.
Yes, go, please.
Yes, please. I'm Nao Bushi from Kwame Nkrumah University of Science and Technology.
Yes, go for it.
I'm very much interested in the aspects where you're speaking about jobs. Mm-hmm. You mentioned how that in Ghana and Africa would like to take in the labor-intensive aspects. So I wanted to know what's the plan at your end to sort of like make these job opportunities actually attractive for young people. Your co-speaker mentioned that he's an engineer, right? How many engineers could your institute actually take on in relation to an initiative like this? Because there'll be a lot of young people coming out of school who are engineers and in other fields as well. How well is the institute planning to absorb like people who are qualified in education in such an initiative? How are we going to make it attractive for the young people? And I didn't know about an initiative like this, right? So how is it being marketed for young people to actually know that there's something like this going on in Ghana and we can bring innovative ideas to help propel it further? Yeah.
No, thank you very much. Perhaps maybe you'll be one of our first recruits once we get this pilot going. Okay, the pilot, ATL currently employs 750 people, 750 people. So we have about 500, 550 on the textile side. We have a shoe factory also located on the site. They produce these shoes, look like Crocs. So we have one of the suppliers also on our site, another 200 people there. So 750 people. This pilot is going to employ about 1,000 people in the pilot. And once we scale up, our vision is to have 3,000 people employed. 3,000 people employed. It's a good question you ask now about jobs. I always try to remind people that Ghana produces about 300,000 graduates every year. 300,000, you know, across our tertiary institutions and, you know, so we have a lot of young people entering the labor market every single year. And probably more than half of them are not able to get this decent sort of jobs that we want to see. So there's a big urgent issue, and the 24-hour economy is intended to help address this job creation issue. So it's a very, very big challenge. So if we can do 1,000 on the pilot, and then, when we scale up to about 3,000, those are just the direct jobs in the factory. And in manufacturing is important because every direct job gives you another 2 to 3 indirect jobs. You have drivers, you have cleaners, you have others also coming in there. So ultimately, you could be looking at a big impact of about 10,000 people. I put this slide up because now we are also going to put in a training school. We are going to put in a training school, and we are also going to put in an innovation center. A training school and an innovation center. Those are 2 big ideas we also want to do on the side. An innovation center because a lot of the stuff around circularity, there's still a lot of research going on. When you go into sort of these conferences abroad, you would see a lot of people still looking at different fibers. How do you recycle this? How do you test this? How do you pilot this? So that is an important exercise that needs to be done. And it's something that we want to make sure Ghana actually does not fall behind in this type of work. In fact, I'm very proud of Henry and the co-founders for doing this because this is one of the first times that we've had an audience gathering.
Fantastic. So
it's interesting, yes, because every time we've gone abroad to listen to people tell us, and now everybody has come here to listen to Ghanaians also say that we know what to do and this is how we want to lead and to drive this stuff. So yes, an innovation center and a training school just to train people and make sure that Ghana can take advantage of this circular economy type idea.
thanks, Philip. We'll take the final question from the gentleman here.
Okay, thank you very much. My name is Safo. I would like to find out, since this innovation, this venture is to reduce emissions, I would like to find out how you are intending to also contribute to the reduction of emissions in Ghana. Because according to the NDCs, we are aware that there are about 64 million metric tons that were supposed to be reduced. So I would like to find out that. Thank you.
Excellent question. I think Dr. Benifu and the EPA people were here from the Carbon Market Office. We are already signed up on it. To be honest, we started doing a lot of the things on circularity even before talking to them. So we put up these new biomass boilers. We decarbonize all the production. It was all carbon credits already. But unfortunately, for some of these things, we are told that you have to let them know before you do the investment and then it counts. So we missed out on that. But we did it anyway. It was cheaper, it was more efficient, it was sustainable. But yes, it's a good thing. I think we have started all the work with the Carbon Market Office now. We have visited them. Some of their people are also coming over to look at our site. And it's going to be called the Akosombo Green Industrial Zone. It's like a whole green zone, a green park that is being built up. So we are very much plugged in onto that. We've done the calculations already. I think, some of the biomass stuff is going to give us, about 60,000 carbon mitigation or something, about 60,000 tons per annum, and over 5 years, about 300,000 tons of carbon reduction potential over there. So it's an excellent question. We are excited about carbon finance. And we want this to be a zone really where, not just for the factory, but SMEs, upcyclers, Kantamanto folks have visited us. Liz arranged that. We really want it to be an ecosystem that drags everybody and brings everybody because working collaboratively, I think Ghana can be on the map for sustainable fashion. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Well, I have one question of my own, and this has to do with scalability and what bottlenecks you may have or continue to have and how you're navigating that.
Yes, you see, the big challenge on this is scale is important. If you're going to put in, this is an investment of about $5 to $8 million. Again, we are working with partners to identify the funding. So if there are folks here who are interested in working with us, Jerry or I will be very happy to speak with you about it. Scale is important because if you really hit more than 1,000 workers, then the marginal costs are much, much lower for everybody. So it's one of the big things that we really want to do. Piloting, doing the pilot, everybody gets risk averse. Like somebody has to start first. And once you've started it, that is when everybody then wants to come in. So we want to sort of be a leader in putting the pilot together. Once the pilot is done, in a sense, it de-risks the entire venture. When Henry called me on this, I was like, I'm just tired of going to conferences and talking. We really want to see action. Convinced us that, no, this is about action. So we want to show you that, this is how the action actually will happen. And once we have the pilot on, the next time you're here, you see people wearing the recycled clothes, and the rest will be history.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Philip and Jerry, for this presentation. As you said earlier, what was it, ACT?
Yes.
Akosombo
Circular textiles.
Okay, Akosombo Circular Textiles. It's not just in the name, but it's also in action. A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, Philip. Thank you, Jerry. We'll have another presentation or speech from the Ministry of Trade, Agribusiness and Industry. The Honorable Minister is unable to be here with us, but we have the Director for Policy Planning, Budget and Monitoring and Evaluation in the person of Mr. Yao Sechi. Ladies and gentlemen, with a round of applause, let's welcome Mr. Sechi.
Good morning. CEOs, captains of industry, partners and investors, friends from the media, ladies and gentlemen, once again, good morning. I bring you warm greetings from the Honorable Minister for Trade, Agribusiness and Industry, Honorable Elizabeth Ofosu-Ejari, who, due to pressing official assignments, was unable to join us in person. She has, however, asked me to express her deepest regrets for not being able to attend today's program in person, because she greatly appreciates the values and values the important work being done by the organizers of this summit. She nominated me to represent her and to deliver this keynote address on her behalf. Ladies and gentlemen, we are gathered here to talk about something that affects all of us: waste, and how we can turn it into wealth. The theme for this event, Harnessing Trade Policy for Circular Growth, Advancing Ghana's Textile and Waste-to-Value Industries, speaks directly to the heart of Ghanaian industrial transformation journey. It invites all of us to think differently, not only about waste, but also about opportunity. Let me begin with a real story. Not long ago, during a visit to Kantamanto, the Honorable Minister met a trader named Joanna. Every day, she carries heavy bales of second-hand clothes. She said something that stayed with us. Minister, the bales are getting heavier, not because the clothes are many, but because the waste keeps piling up. That statement is the reality of many traders and youth in our cities. But it also shows us something important. People like Joanna, who work in our second-hand clothing markets, are not just sellers. They are frontline environmentalists and entrepreneurs, and their resilience is the foundation of Ghana's future circular economy. Ghana has always been proud of its textiles: kente, fugu, adinkra. They tell our stories and show our culture, but behind the beauty, there is a growing crisis. Over 150,000 tons of second-hand clothing arrive in Ghana each year. Much of it is destined for Kantamanto and ultimately our landfills and waterways. These clothes often cannot be reused. They are choking our drains, polluting our beaches, and overwhelming our waste systems. But what if we could turn this problem into a solution? What if Ghana became a place where waste textiles are cleaned, recycled, and transformed into high-quality garments, ready for local and international export? That is the kind of future the government of Ghana is working to build. A circular future where nothing goes to waste, and every discarded item can be part of a new value chain. So what exactly are we doing? At the Ministry of Trade, Agribusiness and Industry, we believe that Ghana can turn textile waste into new jobs, new businesses, and new opportunities. We are taking practical steps to make this happen. Firstly, we are finalizing a new textile and garment policy to help our local clothing industry grow, from cotton farms to fashion shops. This policy will support tailors, designers, and factory owners so that they can produce more and better clothes right here in Ghana. As part of this policy, we are working to revive defunct textiles and garment factories and build new ones in partnership with private investors. These efforts will also include exploring recycling and upcycling innovations within factory operations so that waste becomes part of a new value chain instead of being thrown away. Secondly, we are introducing a 100 million Ghana cedis ethical cotton fund under the new policy. This will support cotton farmers to grow cotton in a way that is good for the environment and good for their income. It directly supports our flagship program, Feed the Industry program, which is helping to ensure that Ghanaian factories, especially in textiles and agro-processing, have enough reliable raw materials. This program also covers inputs such as maize, cassava, rice, poultry, limestone, and aluminium, and promotes contract farming, creation of land banks, and better post-harvest systems to feed our industries. Thirdly, we are empowering our young people and women through the Apprenticeship to Entrepreneurship program. Through this initiative, we are giving them hands-on skills and training in sewing, welding, manufacturing, and more to help them move into decent job, into decent work, and start their own businesses. We are working through our agencies, that is the Gratis Foundation and the Ghana Enterprise Agency, to make this possible. We are also supporting export-ready businesses through the Export Ghana program and export expansion strategy. These efforts help small and medium-sized businesses to gain access to markets, improve their products, and take advantage of new trade opportunities under the African Continental Free Trade Area. Whether it's garments, processed food, or shea butter, we want to see more Ghanaian goods crossing borders and building regional value chains. In addition, we are renewing our focus on the promotion of made-in-Ghana products. We are working on a new national strategy to boost the image of Ghanaian products, build public confidence, and open up more market space for locally made goods, both at home and abroad. We are encouraged to see entrepreneurs also taking the lead with innovative ideas. One such initiative is One Again Ghana, a local project that turns used clothes into stylish fashion pieces. These types of efforts combined with government support shows that the future for fashion can be both smart and sustainable. All these interventions reflect our vision to make Ghana a center for sustainable and inclusive industrial growth, especially through opportunities under the AFTA. We want to create jobs for the young people, lift local industries, and show that Ghanaian products and ideas can compete anywhere in the world. Ladies and gentlemen, today, trade is not just about buying and selling. It's about building an economy that works for our people and protects our planet. That is why we are creating industrial parks and specialized economic zones where businesses can recycle, reuse, and produce in greener, smarter ways. We know we cannot do it alone. That is why we are inviting all partners, private investors, development partners and organizations, and innovators to join us. Together we can turn waste into an opportunity and challenges into progress. In conclusion, we want to assure you that Ghana is ready to lead Africa's transition to a circular economy, ready to build industries that do not just produce, but regenerate, and ready to work with all stakeholders, local and global, to ensure that no opportunity is wasted and no citizen is left behind. Let us do it together for our environment, for our economy, and for our future. Thank you for your attention. God bless you and God bless our home.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sechi. So we will now be taking a short presentation on the youth and Ghana's secular future. And we're glad to welcome the Minister for Climate Change and Sustainability and MP for Naleregu, Honorable Lesifu Seidu. You're welcome. Ladies and gentlemen, help me welcome climate advocate Ruth Jokoto.
I'm a bit jittery, so when I say something and it's nice, clap for me. Standing on all existing protocols, I say good morning. And I would have said I bring regards from my boss, but he's here as a time-conscious person. Before I begin, let me use the opportunity to congratulate Landfills2Landmarks. Henry, Vincent, Samuel, and the entire team for putting these events together beautifully. Ladies and gentlemen, it is such an honor to stand before you, great leaders, not just as a youth advocate, but as a builder. Because today is not just a ceremony. It is not a gesture. It is a moment to shape the system that will either empower us or fail us again, and hopefully not. We've been here before, where conferences end with applause, but no follow-through. Declarations with no delivery. Panels without pilots. And hope without infrastructure. But this time, something feels very different. Yesterday gave us truth. From emotional opening by Steez Africa to the powerful words of Madame Renee, Honorable Isifu Seidu, my boss, and all powerful speakers, we were reminded that sustainability is not imported. It is something we've been lived and practicing for generations, long before policy gave it a name. We saw the contradictions in our system. Second-hand clothing that creates livelihood but also landfills. A fashion economy built to collapse after 6 wars. And community innovating without support. But anger alone won't solve this. We are not here to shout. We are here to design systems and demand tools to build them. Let me give you a fact that makes it personal. The European Union just postponed a vote on extended producer responsibility, a law that would have made fashion brands pay for the waste they create. It was due in June, now pushed to October. Who knows what would happen in October? Maybe another shift. The delay, that's the cost of politics over purpose. But while Global North debates, Ghana acts. We are left managing the backlogs with limited support but unlimited resolve. Across this country, youth are stepping up. We are turning waste into work, into income, into design. Cream Exchange is preparing to skill, reskill, and upskill. Students from Rios are creating circular fashion from textile waste. Informal sectors and the KIAs are leading without policy, without platforms, and without excuses. So what do we ask? 3 things that are urgent, actionable, and non-negotiable. Stop using us for inspiration unless you plan to co-create with us. Thank you. Invest directly in youth innovation, not through layers of development theater. Bring us into your teams, traceability pilots, and policy decisions. Now, to be fair, Ghana is stepping up. The Office of the Minister of State for Climate Change and Sustainability is a novelty by His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, where I serve, and currently working every day to ensure that youth voices are not just included, but embedded in climate strategy. The government, through the National Youth Authority, has rolled out the Youth Climate Action Fund to support youth-led climate businesses and solutions. There is talks with multilateral organizations to create a climate innovation hub that will provide access to training, prototyping, research, and seed funding for circular economy startups, and we welcome all support. Driving interministerial coordination to align environment, trade, local government, and youth programming. supporting policy reforms that remove barriers for young entrepreneurs in waste, recycling, and reuse industries. And yes, we are fully committed to implementing the extended producer responsibility, because it is not just a mere regulation. It will launch us, the youth, into innovation. It will create new value chains in recovery, repair, resale, and recycling. It will provide consistent market demand for services led by youth. It will reward sustainable design thinking, and it will connect grassroots innovation to national systems. The commitment is not political, it is strategic. It aligns with our nationally determined contributions, which Policy 16 supports regulated, traceable waste systems and producer responsibilities. Policy 43 promotes youth-led green entrepreneurship and circular jobs. And throughout, there is a cross-cutting focus on youth inclusion in policy planning, financing, and delivery. To our partners in government, development partners, private sector, civil society, co-create with the youth. Fund what's working and don't wait for perfection. Design systems that reward innovation, not only scale. To my fellow youth, this is our space. Let's be bold, let's be specific, and let's be unapologetic. Let us share not just our passion, but our policy demands. Because this isn't about climate, it's about trust. If we are trusted to lead, we are expected to fix what we didn't even break. We are not here to be included as an afterthought. We are not waiting to be invited. We've already started. So we are not at risk. We are your readiness. And if you partner with us, we won't just lead the future. We will build it sustainably, equitably, and together. Thank you.
We'll indeed build it sustainably and together. You can do it better for her as she takes a seat. Ruth Jokoto is a climate advocate, and that was an interesting speech there. Now, we've come to a very important part. I believe most of you want some coffee by now, and so we're going to take a coffee break. And just so you know, a podcast will be happening right there behind you. You can see the booth. And they're going to be discussing something very important. And the topic is encouraging audiences to grab... Oh, sorry. Sorry about that. They're going to be discussing some very important topics on sustainable fashion, as we have been discussing since morning, since yesterday. And so make sure you do all to grab some snacks and listen to them over there in the booth. Also, just so you know, the kente is being woven once again on this side in the foyer, and we explained yesterday the importance of the kente. It's been handed down from generation to generation. You'd never see a piece of kente at any landfill site in Ghana, because our ancestors understood the meaning of sustainable fashion, and so the kente can last for decades. And so make sure you take some time to watch that being woven as well. I'm sure by the end of the day we're going to see others wear that for you. So please do well to take some snacks, and make sure you return in about 30 minutes. Thank you so much.
Slow down and don't produce.
This is really an amazing privilege to welcome all of you here today for the opening of this landmark conference, Landmark to Landfills. We're here to redefine the global textile future. Let's not forget what our ancestors knew. That land is more than just territory or property. It is a living, breathing network of relationships between all living things. its histories and futures. May what we do at this conference be that necessary spark that ignites a whole new way of thinking, imagining, and working together.
Today marks more than just an event. It is a bold step towards transforming Ghana's position in the global textile economy and asserting our leadership in sustainability.
The implementation of a well-designed EPR scheme is key to redefining the global textiles for future, which is the very theme of this summit. By shifting from linear models to circular systems backed by clear producer responsibility, we can create a new paradigm, one where reuse, recycling and regeneration are embedded into the design, distribution and post-consumer handling of every garment produced. EPR is not just a policy tool, it is a cornerstone of the transformation we must lend together. Imagine a world where every garment is reclaimed.
There's going to be twice as much textiles created in the next 20 years. So one of the things that we have to bear in mind is that it's not only the type and the quality of textiles that's being created. One of the responsibilities that we need to try and get from manufacturers is that they slow down and don't produce so much of the oversupply. It is unnecessary.
We have a mandate to reduce our emissions by 64 million tons by 2030. And this, when you take a look at it, involves 34 greenhouse gas mitigation climate actions, of which 9 of them are unconditional sectoral measures. Unconditional in the sense that at the time of development of the climate action, government had secured some source of funding to be able to reduce those emissions.
Ghana's journey towards a circular economy is not just a policy shift. It is a social transformation. It is about rethinking value, redefining responsibility, and reimagining development. With your support, we are capable of turning the waste into wealth. Our environmental challenges also into climate-smart solutions, and our youth into champions of entrepreneurship. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, let us build this future now. The future belongs to us. We have to build it now.
Thank you so very much. Thank you so very much.
How has the session been so far, from morning to the coffee break? How have you seen the section so far?
There's so much going on, and it's so very, very exciting.
Yeah.
And it is a beautiful honor to be part of this transformative dialogue. What is it called? Landfills to Landmarks, whatever that means. But I'll be speaking with you not just as the president of the International Theatre Institute, but also as the head of a youth development center, where we have kids who are not so much book inclined, but go through skills development from sewing to baking, IT, etc., etc. Yes, exactly. I have spent decades at the intersection of culture, youth empowerment, youth development, etc., etc. And so maybe if I speak, I'll be speaking from that perspective.
I love this already. I can't wait to hear more. Please, let's dive into it.
Well, the ongoing discussion has brought up so many huge words, big ones. Sustainable textiles, circular economy, waste to wealth, biodegradable materials, material traceability. I'm like, where is that one coming from? Youth engagement and sustainability. I'm like, wow, this is really interesting.
Really interesting.
Many conversations on climate change and waste management. They tend to happen in technical, policy-heavy spaces. People do not live in policy spaces.
How does it reach the people?
Exactly. How does it reach the people? It becomes quite, technical. We usually forget that people do not live in those spaces, but people tell their stories through music, through dance, through art pieces. Yesterday, I saw that during the conference, there was a bit of dance. And that sort of changed that whole atmosphere. It changed the whole mood. of the conference. I don't know if you saw it. The Kaza group with the cultural ambassador dancing. It was something
and
else.
I felt a lit up the place because I feel every energy was a bit low. So the performance came in.
Exactly. But then we can still touch on the performing arts as a vital and multifaceted role in all that is going on presently. Certainly, we are a tool for social change. We are certainly a tool for social change. I remember during the COVID, the youth center used puppetry to train people on the dynamics of getting and not getting the COVID. And apart from that, there's so much education going on, you name it. And it's theater that is used. And what is interesting is the fact that some of these community theaters use the language of the people. And so it becomes the prerogative or the ownership is for the entire community. Unlike our performances where you go, you watch a play and you go home. When it comes to theater for development, there's always that interaction after the performance.
And I think ownership, because it's in their language and they feel like you understand the information better than they
Exactly. And I also believe that culture is not separate from sustainability. It's the soul of the community. The communities respond to culture much more than anything else. You can have policy. And you talk about it on the radio, you talk about it on television, you put it in the space out there in the newspapers. It doesn't reach anywhere. But once you put it into theater form, it goes places. When it comes to textiles, and I'll take this from my grandmother's perspective. During her time, she would buy fabric, which is expensive, fabric which is good.
Very good.
I've heard about ATL, I've heard about other people talk about fabrics, but she will only buy Vlisco, what people refer to as Dutch wax. And that was very, very good fabric in the sense that it's durable. She will sew her initial style in either kaba and slit or alata. Years of usage, that same fabric will come to we the children or the grandchildren in a form of a straight dress or something very simple. When that one also is worn out, it metamorphoses into rags for women into delivery. It goes to the to the farm, etc., etc. At the end of the day, at the close of the curtain, it becomes a rag. It becomes a rag, and most people do not realize the essence of some of these fabrics. So when it comes to recycling, I think our grandparents did a lot more of the recycling than we are doing presently. You know, when a parent dies or a grandparent dies, you go into their wardrobe and you still find textiles that are still durable, and you wonder, how come these fabrics but what we buy anything fashionable, anything that looks good, and just wear it.
Once it washes and just fades away.
That's it, it's gone, it fades away. And so when it comes to sustainability, our grandparents did more of it than we are doing presently.
I agree. Wow. It's so nice. Like, I mean, I love the examples you gave, the perspective, and I was like, what's the bigger picture of the capacity building of the young ones who are upcoming in the sustainable fashion industry?
Yeah, we simply need to take them through the rudiments. For example, when I was at the Community Youth Cultural Center, we used bottles, caps of drinks, etc., plastic waste. Plastic waste to educate them on the hazards to Mother Earth. Most children think, oh, okay, let me just drink it and throw it somewhere. Whether it's biodegradable or not, it's not their business. But then it's up to us, those in the industry, to guide them and show them the rudiments and show them the way to reuse those waste that nobody is looking at. Recently, we did something with bags for shopping with plastic. Even though it wasn't fashionable, but
was it giving our vibes?
Exactly. Even though it wasn't fashionable, we asked some young people to mix it up with modern elements, with blue jeans, etc.
Yeah.
We were shocked and amazed at the turnout. Because when you use a certain community to do certain things and you don't involve the young people, you don't go places. They are fashion savvy. They are conscious of the things they wear, and they look good.
Yeah, they look good. I mean, the aim is to look good.
The aim is to look and feel good.
And feel good.
Yes.
I love this conversation. But we should have more time to go about it.
No problem.
Because of the sake of time, we'd like to end here. We'll continue more afterwards.
Sure thing. I appreciate it very much. Thanks for sharing your time with me. Thank you.
Thank you too.
We're done?
We're done.
Yay! Actually, I didn't understand the element of it. I thought maybe it was one of those head-on straight presentations. Yeah, but it's fine.
I take a picture, please.
My picture?
Yes.
Somebody want to take a picture?
Yes, please.
Okay. And a man kind of man.
So well. Oh, thank you. You could have told I'm a natural. I think I've changed it to Echo Climb now.
No, but I mean,
but the signature name is GGG.
Yes, we like the GGG.
Okay, no problem. I got to get coffee.
Yeah, I'll get one.
So let me walk. Let me walk with you guys.
Hey,
I'm not supposed to.
Why is it now?
Okay, sure.
Podcast?
Yeah, podcast.
See what's my name? Okay.
Yeah.
What about them? I feel very far. Sandra, how are you able to hear? Because like, it feels far.
Say again.
How are you able to hear them? It feels far.
You can hear them?
Yeah, okay.
An amazing privilege to welcome all of you here today for the opening of this landmark conference landmark to landfills. We're here to redefine the global textile future. Let's not forget what our ancestors knew. That land is more than just territory or property. It is a living, breathing network of relationships between all living things, its histories and futures. May what we do at this conference be that necessary spark that ignites a whole new way of thinking, imagining, and working together.
Today marks more than just an event. It is a bold step towards transforming Ghana's position in the global textile economy and asserting our leadership in sustainability.
The implementation of a well-designed EPR scheme is key to redefining the global textiles for future, which is the very theme of this summit. By shifting from linear models to circular systems backed by clear producer responsibility, we can create a new paradigm, one where reuse, recycling and regeneration are embedded into the design, distribution and post-consumer handling of every garment produced. EPR is not just a policy tool, it is a cornerstone of the transformation we must lend together. Imagine a world where every garment is reclaimed.
There's going to be twice as much textiles created in the next 20 years. So one of the things that we have to bear in mind is that it's not only the type and the quality of textiles that's being created. One of the responsibilities that we need to try and get from manufacturers is that they slow down and don't produce so much of the oversupply. It is unnecessary.
Today, we are having important guests with us. My name is Grace Ikot and I'm going to be your host. Today we have Max and James from Safe Recycling, and they will be telling us so much about Safe Recycling. So welcome to Ghana. Is it your first time in Ghana?
Yeah, it's my first time. I'm really enjoying it so far. It's so good to see a different culture, and just really to say thank you and well done to Samuel and Henry. I think they've done such an amazing job putting on this event, and it's so good to see everything they've done, and we can finally all come together and find solutions.
Lovely. And James?
So my name's James from Sates, CEO of Safe Recycling, over 100-year-old business. So to be here today for us is unbelievable. You know, from the way it's transformed from UK to here is unbelievable, and what the guys have done and everyone has done is amazing here.
Yeah.
It's just a pleasure to be here. I've been coming to Ghana for the last 15 years.
Oh, awesome,
so
awesome.
I'm basically Ghanaian now, you know. But yeah, I've seen the changes every year. You know. It's coming, up and coming. More people are coming, and we've got to implement stuff from the UK to here to make it more accessible for the youth.
Awesome, awesome. And so can you tell us about Safe Recycling and what you do, how it relates to what Landfills2Landmarks is doing?
So we're a textiles recycling company. We work with a lot of charities over the UK. We collect from over 500 stores within the UK. And from them collections, obviously then it gets exported to here, and this is where Landfills2Landmarks come in. We need to stop the waste and find solutions. So we're at the start of that journey, where the clothes start and it ends up here, and this is where the solution is.
James, do you have anything to add to that?
Yeah, so I've worked in the family business since I was 15 years old. We not only pick up textiles from charities, but we actually have a whole retail section of Safe Recycling. We've got over 15,000 things currently on our online store. We do various different markets. We held huge events in the UK where people buy clothes for like a set price, like a kilo sale, we call it in the UK. And then obviously we met Henry and Samuel, and that's where Born Again Ghana was created here. It's so good to just have that idea, that vision, and place it here. because it's just, we've done some research and we found that it's not easy to buy clothes online. Like, you know, like obviously in the UK you've got various different platforms, eBay, Vinted, things like that. But here we just found a massive gap in the market where we think, actually, we can have the clothes for sale and like ship to the customer directly. But not just that, is to educate the youth and explain to them, actually, this is what happens to your clothes. Let's make sure that everyone knows what they're doing with the waste, you know? Because even in the UK, there's limited information about what happens to your clothing. So for us, this is very exciting.
Yeah, it's extremely exciting, yeah.
To be here and just share our story.
Lovely, lovely. I've done research and I realized that the company has been around for over 9 decades. Is that true?
Yeah, that's correct. I think we're on is it the 5th generation? 5th generation. It started from my great-grandfather.
Your great-grandfather?
Yeah, then my granddad, then my father who's over there, and James, and now I'm next.
Lovely, Oh, okay. So I mean, I love it. I love it for you.
I think events like this really focus on what the youth is going to bring. The youth is the future, and if we can implement these changes now, then only good things will come of this, especially in an educational sense, and trying to get the online shifted from the UK and implement the same thing in Ghana will be so important. It will be revolutionary, I believe.
Lovely, lovely. So this question is to you, Max. Can you walk us through the processes at your facility from the collection to transformation?
So in terms of the collection, obviously we have drivers in the vans. They would go to the shop. We would then weigh the bags at the shop, and then obviously the price per kilo for the bags. We then take them to our facility. It's then sorted, so we try and maximise as much waste as we can take out before it then gets exported, but obviously sometimes waste is left. But once it gets here, it then gets sorted again into the bales.
Lovely, that's beautiful. So I was going to ask, but this question is to you, James. You said you've been coming to Ghana for 15 years, right? So I would like to ask, what are some misconceptions that you think people have about recycling in Africa?
It's a difficult question. If you define waste in textiles, because I believe that if I like this shirt, somebody else doesn't. So that's where it gets lost. If it's not fashionable for that person, it's for the person to decide. Obviously, if it's got a massive hole in it and it's all stained and ripped, that's classed as waste. But it's just trying to get that right and just say, actually, that basically we need to educate everybody on what actually waste is.
Max, do you have anything to add to that?
Yeah, I think waste is such a grey area. I think a lot of it is opinionated on what is waste. Because there might, like James said, there might be a shirt that I might not like. I might consider that waste. But obviously there are people that would still wear it. So I think in terms of what defines waste, it would be unusable. But obviously, like we're at this event, we can find solutions for that, and it can be reused, repurposed, to be worn again.
Yeah.
Okay, lovely.
What do you think of the name, Worn Again?
What did you say?
What do you think of the name, Worn Again?
Worn Again. It's good. It's good. Rather than saying thrifted, or what do you think? Say Worn Again.
Worn Again, yeah.
It's a second life.
Why did you ask the question?
Just to get your opinion, you know. 'Cause we really love the name.
Well, I think it's a good one, and to think that it's okay. So I'm Nigerian, and there are several misconceptions when it comes to used clothing in Nigeria. So a lot of people believe that if you're using used clothing, if you're wearing already used clothing, then you probably don't have the money to buy a new clothing. So and there is this thing, I don't know if you've heard about it, but a lot of Nigerians like to show off, and so we don't like to wear used clothing. We would prefer to wear something that is new, originally made for us
rather than...
Just because something's used, it doesn't mean it's not...
Of course, that's why I said misconceptions. That's why I said misconceptions, yeah. But lovely. One again is a good name. I mean, it's perfect. Yeah. Just one more question. I'm going to say, so how do you measure the impact of your recycling operations on the environmental and economic?
Can you repeat the question, sorry?
I was saying, how do you measure the impact of your recycling operations on the environment and economic?
Well, that's a tough question. James?
It's okay if you don't want to answer.
I don't think I can give a good enough answer.
You don't think you can give an answer?
No,
it's all right. Sorry. I think that's basically it. Okay. So one more question. So you said, I mean, just getting into the family business right now. You said it's been around for 90 years. So what really inspired the business?
I think it all comes down to family because we're so close and we're all.
It's like with the fighters being like on a holiday camp. We don't hate going to work. You know? Everyone's there, look after each other.
Yeah, we all enjoy it so much, and that's what drives us to become even more successful and create things like One Again and make these partnerships.
Monday morning.
I'm only saying I enjoy it on the podcast.
Oh.
No, I'm joking.
No, but it's nice.
So lovely.
Being part of this as well for us, it's like when the business has been the same for so many years, there's never been any change. But to be involved in this, it's like we can see a huge future, and not just financially, but to help and educate people.
I think we're starting to see a huge shift now in attitude. I think people now really want to find this solution, which is great to see.
Also on your website, it says clothing and shoes.
Yeah.
But you've not mentioned about shoes. You've just talked about clothing.
Shoes is at the minute we're exporting shoes, and that is the plan in our roadmap to create something with that. But at the minute we're just selling it as it is.
Lovely. So are there any future programs that we should look forward to that you're bringing to Africa, or something you're working on for us?
The traceability software.
That would be nice. Okay, so you're working with Henry?
Yeah, so we are working with Henry. So our goal is to really, so that sort of links together everything in terms of the chain. So when it comes to us, we're able to track it from the UK to Ghana, and that is how we can trace the clothing. I think it's so good. It'll be brilliant.
Lovely. Thank you so much for
Thank you.
being here. It's lovely to have this conversation with you. Thank you so much. Yeah. We're done.
Very much.
An amazing privilege to welcome all of you here today for the opening of this landmark conference, Landmark to Landfills. We're here to redefine the global textile future. Let's not forget what our ancestors knew, that land is more than just territory or property. It is a living, breathing network of relationships between all living things, its histories and futures. May what we do at this conference be that necessary spark that ignites a whole new way of thinking, imagining, and working together.
Today marks more than just an event. It is a bold step towards transforming Ghana's position in a global textile economy and asserting our leadership in sustainability.
The implementation of a well-designed EPR scheme is key to redefining the global textiles for future, which is the very theme of this summit, by shifting from linear models to circular systems backed by clear producer responsibility, we can create a new paradigm, one where reuse, recycling and regeneration are embedded into the design, distribution and post-consumer handling of every garment produced. EPR is not just a policy tool, it is a cornerstone of the transformation we must lend together. Imagine a world where every garment is reclaimed.
There's going to be twice as much textiles created in the next 20 years. So one of the things that we have to bear in mind is that it's not only the type and the quality of textiles that's being created. One of the responsibilities that we need to try and get from manufacturers is that they slow down and don't produce so much of the oversupply. It is unnecessary.
We have a mandate to reduce our emissions by 64 million tons by 2030. And this, when you take a look at it, involves 34 greenhouse gas mitigation climate actions, of which 9 of them are unconditional sectoral measures. Unconditional in the sense that at the time of development of the climate action, government had secured some source of funding to be able to reduce those emissions.
Ghana's journey towards a circular economy is not just a policy shift. It is a social transformation. It is about rethinking value, redefining responsibility, and reimagining development. With your support, we are capable of turning the waste into wealth. Our environmental challenges also into climate-smart solutions, and our youth into champions of entrepreneurship. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, let us build this future now. The future belongs to us. We have to build it now.
Because at that point, a lot of them had lost their goods.
Yeah.
And so quickly, management rolled out a 3 million credit facility for them. Okay, we disbursed it to them within the shortest possible time. We gave them facilities ranging from 1,000 to about 100,000, depending on their turnovers.
Okay.
Okay, so we've been working with them.
Okay.
And whatever thing that they want to do with the recycling, they need funds.
Yes.
And so we are here as partners to support whatever initiative anyone has. Yeah.
Okay, but do you have any support in place to support SMEs in terms of those materials?
Yes, actually, I'm from the small and medium enterprises. Okay, so we've rolled out a lot of facilities, short-term loans. We have group loans for them.
Yeah.
Okay, so we have something like that for them already running. Yes.
Any support facilitation from them?
Facilitation?
Yes, but any trade facilitation support? Do you offer any trade facilitation support to your customers?
Trade?
Facilitation?
Yes, sure. Because of the fluctuation of the dollar, okay, we help them to open accounts where we hedge the dollar for them in the margin accounts, and then we have the facility for advance payments, open payments, and all that. We facilitate that for them. Okay, yeah.
That's so nice. When it comes to looking at the banking sector, looking at textile waste, what's the interest of the financial sector in terms of textile waste solutions?
Bank of Ghana has given us a directive we call it ESG, that is environmental, social, and then governance. We are to ensure that when we give facilities to the traders or any applicants, we have to ensure that whatever the person is doing will not negatively affect the environment. So we go the extra mile to train them on how to ensure that their waste
or their byproduct does not negatively affect the environment. And that is the ESG principles, and then we go by that when we are giving loan. We are supposed to give responsible facilities in as much as they need a facility. At the end of the day, that should not affect the environment. Yes.
Oh, so like you used to like organize say trainings or workshops.
We organize workshops. This year we've organized the first quarter we've organized workshop for our traders. Okay, and then we teach them all these things. Aside their challenges they have in terms of bookkeeping and all that, we also train them on this ESG principles. Yes.
Okay. I like to have a section on here. I hear the main editorial. So I'm just waiting patiently to listen to more of what the financial institution has to offer in terms of LTL agenda. So I would like to bring the show to an end here. So we'll continue more due to the time factor.
Yeah.
Yes, please. So thank you very much for being here.
Thank you.
Thank you too.
Someone else.
This is really an amazing privilege to welcome all of you here today for the opening of this landmark conference, Landmark to Landfills. We're here to redefine the global textile future.
Can we have all those in the foyer back in the auditorium so we can start?
This is really an amazing privilege to welcome all of you here today for the opening of this landmark conference, Landmark to Landfills. We're here to redefine the global textile future. Let's not forget what our ancestors knew, that land is more than just territory or property. It is a living, breathing network of relationships between all living things, its histories and futures. May what we do at this conference be that necessary spark that ignites a whole new way of thinking, imagining, and working together.
Today marks more than just an event. It is a bold step towards transforming Ghana's position in a global textile economy and asserting our leadership in sustainability.
The implementation of a well-designed EPR scheme is key to redefining the global textiles for future, which is the very theme of this summit. By shifting from linear models to circular systems backed by clear producer responsibility, we can create a new paradigm, one where reuse, recycling and regeneration are embedded into the design, distribution and post-consumer handling of every garment produced. EPR is not just a policy tool, it is a cornerstone of the transformation we must lend to.
Landfills2Landmarks 2025. It's been an eventful one since day one. My name is Judith Brown. I've been doing this with Inshira Ado, who's my co-moderator. So we're going to zoom straight into a panel discussion. This is a Youth Innovation Roundtable, and it's on the topic, Youth Power for Zero Waste. I repeat, Youth Power for Zero Waste. And if you can all take your seats so that I can invite the moderator for this session. So our moderator for the panel discussion is an ecosystem developer. Help me invite onto the stage Mr. Maxwell Begamin with a round of applause. Maxwell, if you're here, kindly join. Oh, let's do it better for him. He's coming all the way from the back, poised and ready. and he's going to be taking over from me. He'll invite his panelists for an interesting discussion on youth power for zero waste. Once again, let's do it for him.
Hello, everyone. Hello, everyone. Do we have young people in the house? So in the circles that I come from, we normally have a chant. So we do people, you say power. But this time we are adding youth to it. And I want to hear young people being a part of this chant. So if I say people, if you don't fall within the youth bracket, you are for people. Hello? If you fall within the bracket of young people, at least up to 35, 40, then you would also shout. So let's start. People. Okay, people. Youth. Are there young people in the house? People. People. Youth. Good, good, good. So thank you very much for joining this session. And welcome to the Youth Forum of the Landfill to Landmark, where we bring you powerful conversations on turning youth conversations and drawing opportunities. So today's roundtable is just not a discussion. It's rallying call for change, led by young people and change makers who are shaping the future of fashion, waste, circular economies around the continent. Just a little bit of context. So the textile industry is one of the most polluting sectors globally, which research suggests that about 5% of global emissions contributing to climate change is coming from the textile industry. And the scale of the problem, it's 92 million tons of textile waste are generated annually, which by 2030, it is estimated to be 134 million tons. Our theme for today is youth, innovation, and global leadership for circular future. Now help me welcome my panelists, not in any specific order, but I would want to welcome Cedric Zolu, Technical Director, Office of the Minister of State for Climate Change and Sustainability. Welcome, my brother. Next is Mr. Richard Mate, who is the Executive Director for Green Africa Youth Organization. Then we have Grace Ikot, who is a sustainability analyst all the way from Nigeria. Help me welcome my panelists. People, people, youth. Thank you very much. Okay, then I'll go with this. Thank you so much for joining the panel. So, please introduce yourself and give a brief or maybe practical solution on either an initiative you are leading or how young people are addressing textile waste within the circular economy. So, who wants to start? Maybe I'll start with Grace.
Hello, everyone. My name is Grace Ikot. I'm a sustainability analyst from Nigeria. So basically, currently I'm working on documenting traditional craftsmanship across Africa. We have realized that a lot of our traditional craftsmanship when it comes to textile making has been lost. For example, in Nigeria, we have a textile we call akwete. And I was discussing with someone yesterday, and I was like, the youngest person who knows how to make that fabric is 60 years old. And you can imagine if the person, passes away or something, and then that, get lost and all of that. So that's what we're doing. And currently we're in Ghana to, explore Ghanaian textiles and document their processes and, some of the things that they do too. Yeah, thank you.
All right, thank you. Cedric?
Hi everyone, Hi everyone, my name is Cedric Jelu, and I serve as the Technical Director at the Office of the Minister for Climate Change and Sustainability, who was here yesterday and rightly present here today. What we have done to promote young people in this space basically has been to empower young people. The Honorable Minister has opened his doors to young people, and since he assumed office, has received more than 100 CSOs, and mostly young people coming in as representing their programs. And I do recall that there have been many times where it is him himself who has prompted me that, Cedric, you need to be at this program. Are you prepared for this? What time is the program? Let's close this for you to be there. So our focus has been to empower young people, to give young people the voice, to be able to come out and to showcase what they have. And even an example is at this very meeting. There are many young people here who are here by virtue of the fact that our office have facilitated their presence here. And if you don't mind, let me ask. So for those young people here, you know, Bakaresi office, please, can you please rise to be noticed? Yes, please. No, please rise. Yes, please. So you can see, yes. So you can see this is evident of some of our empowerment work. And why does this matter? It matters because these are young people who are doing so much across the country, and they are not readily seen. These are young people who are across the value chain doing tremendous work. It has taken our office to spot some of these young people, to bring them to the limelight, and to give them the voice, because we believe that it is by doing so that these young people can truly, showcase what they have, stand to be counted, like, Ruth said, and then also make impact in our economy. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Cedric. Over to you, Richard.
My name is Richard Mate, and I'm the Executive Director at the Green Africa Youth Organization, where I provide leadership and strategic direction for the organization. GAYO is a youth-led organization that has been working over the last 10 years in the areas of empowering young people, building their capacity, and supporting them. And we've done this in and out of Africa, across Africa, over the areas of circularity and zero waste, environment and climate change. And one of the key projects or initiatives that GAYO has been championing for the purposes of the discussions we're about to have is our zero waste model, which works with cities and municipalities to address their waste problem, which includes textile waste. And we've been working with various stakeholders, both state and non-state actors in these areas, primarily supporting women and youth on the program. And this project that we have been implementing both in Ghana and in other parts of Africa has won us the Earthshot, the prestigious Earthshot prize last year for the cleaner air category. So that is what we do as GAYO. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And Richard, talking about zero waste, I was reading a paper yesterday, and then it said that there is a link between textile waste and then plastic waste. So they said textile production also generates about 42 million tons of plastic waste annually and contributes to about 10% of microplastics entering the oceans. Now, given your background with the zero waste, how can we draw inspiration from plastics? Because I know you guys are big in plastics. So how can we draw that learnings from the zero waste project?
Well, I'll just start off by saying, with reference to textiles, that Africa, or in Ghana, circularity within this space is not something new. We've already been doing that from kente weaving with reused threads, with repurposing garments and all that. From generations to generations, it's been happening. Our forefathers, mothers have been doing that. They repurpose some of our old clothes to sew things for us. So it's not new to us. I think what is lacking is adding innovation and modernism to it to make it more competitive, when it comes to the global market. But also from learnings from what we've done with the plastics, one key thing is to imbibe collaboration across all sectors in the industry. Bringing different partners together, from the policy side to the innovation side to even those who are involved in the awareness bit, helps us to have sort of a holistic approach to address the problem. Also, to add that it's important to support innovation. And when I talk about innovation, there are a lot of young people who are leading innovation within the textile space. And I'm saying that because in the plastic space, it was happening. We brought these together, whom we are working with, like Cesar Recycling. These are young people who are into plastic recycling, but we brought them together under the Zero Waste Project to work with them, and that has really, really helped to also empower them to develop a very competitive business model. And I think that within the within the textile space, if you're able to do the same, there are young people like Upcycle It who are here, who are, doing excellent products. We took some of their products to the Change Now Summit in Paris last month. And bringing them together, supporting them with their finance, and having the right policy instruments in place can really make a difference.
Thank you very much, Richard. But I'm also interested in the angle that you are coming with from policy. So then, Cedric, from the ministry's perspective, how can textile waste management become an engine for green jobs and innovation for young people?
We need to have some kind of different appreciation of waste to begin with, because I do recall, and even sometimes some people hold that perception now, that waste, is seen more of, with a negative lens. And so when I was a young person, if someone wants to curse you, and then they'll say that if you grow, you'll be a boiler driver. So for those of you who are coming from the diaspora, when they say a boiler driver, basically you're talking about the waste cars. So those who drive, the waste cars. And so if your friend wants to say that it will not be well with you, then they are going to say that you will end up driving a boiler car. But when Zoom Lion stepped into the arena, that changed. Professors were interested in participating in this space, doctors, engineers. And even recently, when most of us cook, we see the waste food, as waste. But now people are using that, to serve as gas, and even to use the wastewater saved, from the waste that produce gas to even water their garden. And now home gardening is coming about. So the first way to look at it is not to see waste as waste, but to see waste as wealth. To see waste as just another resource. To see waste as a raw material. So if we situate that in the context of the fact that waste could be used for other things, then now we now talk about the management of waste. And in talking about the management of waste, we are talking about looking at waste from all the angle of the value chain. How waste is collected, how waste is recycled, how it is treated, and how it is disposed. So from our side, and of course you heard rightly from the minister, that we are looking at policy frameworks that will begin to give young people the opportunity to fit into all of these, life cycle, in terms of the channels, from the collection to recycling to treatment and disposal, so that young people can situate themselves along this value chain. And this, of course, will be supported, by policy. We are also looking at supporting this with, grant facilities, and of course, we have some partners here who are talking to the minister in that regard, providing, small grant to young people who want to engage in this value chain. So that is what we are looking at. A waste that is being seen as not waste, but as a resource, and that resource is being valued from different angles of the value chain. This is what management will look like.
Thank you so much, Cedric. People, youth. Thank you so much. So Gracie, coming from the research and development background, all right, in your experience, you can cite or you can make cases from Nigeria on how fashion brands can turn textile waste into value. Yeah.
So, like he said, we need to have a mindset shift, and that is seeing waste as resources. And coming from Nigeria, we do have brands that are doing this work already. I can mention a few. There's this brand that turns sachet water linens into school bags. And we also have brands who are turning plastics into, clothing and all of that. We have Unquo, we have Ikikere, we have Optot by Care. We have brands also collecting textile waste from fashion designers
and turning them, upcycling them into, scrunchies, tote bags, and the likes. So I think that if fashion brands can, come together. Okay, so I was also saying something that I like to cite examples a lot. There was a bridge. I stay in Lagos State and sometimes stay in Ibadan. I don't know if there are Nigerians here. So there was a bridge that was being constructed in Ibadan. It was being rehabilitated actually. And then just a week after the bridge was being rehabilitated, we realized that, fashion designers had dumped textile waste inside that bridge, like into the water, and it was just rehabilitated. I mean, that place was bad. It was really bad. And so if we can have this mindset shift and realize that we don't have to, dump these things into the waterways or dump them into landfills, and then start seeing how we can turn them into more valuable products. For example, it could even be like an extra income. As a fashion designer, you're making a dress, but you could also make things like scrunchies. You could make other things, like you could make tote bags, like I said before. You could make towels, repurpose them into other things. So yeah, like I said, fashion brands just have to see that there are other opportunities other than making beautiful dresses. I used to be a fashion designer. I used to make beautiful dresses, and then I realized at some point that I don't think I want to continue making beautiful dresses, because at the end of the day, I am also contributing to the problem. And there is nothing I'm doing with my waste. I mean, okay, so I'll tell you something from someone who used to be a fashion designer. Please, fashion designers in the house. Yeah, so when you make a dress, you finish cutting, there are pieces remaining, right? And then you're like, I'm not throwing this away, I will keep it. Right? Am I lying? Yeah, and then you keep it, and then you make another dress, and then you keep it, and then you make another dress, and then you keep it. And at the end of the day, you have like a full bag of, scraps that you're not using, and then you just leave them there. And then one day you just pack everything and then you just dump them into, the landfills or dump sites or something. So, I mean, if we can have this mindset shift that, okay, we can, maybe push this thing to other people that can repurpose them. There was an initiative in Nigeria that did this and empowered over 1,000 fashion designers, taught them how to upcycle these products into different artworks, clothing, and different things like that. So, like I said, fashion brands just have to have a mindset shift and see that other than making pretty dresses, you can make other things from your fashion, from your textiles. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think they deserve a round of applause. So back to you, Gracie. What are some of the innovative ways or approaches as a creative to get stakeholders into the supply chain or value chain of the fashion industries, and also to integrate circularity in the sector?
Okay. I think first of all, I think one thing that we have all realized as young people, Gen Z, Gen Alpha in quotes, is that visual storytelling goes a long way. People love to see, and when they see, they can understand. You can't tell with your mouth and expect people to understand what you're trying to explain. So I believe that if a lot of creative can get into visual storytelling, for example, if you're a designer and you're doing something in this sector, tell your story. I've done a lot of work in this sector, and I can put it to you that I don't have my work out there. And that's because I never saw the importance of documenting these things. Like I said in my introduction, that we are trying to create a documentation for traditional craftsmanship when it comes to textile manufacturing. This is because now young people are not doing this. So many young people, I don't know about Ghana, but in Nigeria, there are not a lot of young people who are in the textile manufacturing space. And so, these skills are not being passed on to the young people. And so if we are able to tell stories, if we are able to put these things together, if, for example, with what we are doing, if we are able to document this thing and have like a digital archive for this traditional craftsmanship, we can have young people in the future look back at this documentation and just be like, okay, this is how this is being done, and then go through that and try to like create things. So now, I think one thing I would say is visual storytelling. Let's get into telling our stories more. Once you're doing something, document it. You don't know where it's going to be important for you. You don't know how it's going to be important for you. I also do, when I was in school, I used to buy bales of deckstock fabrics, and deckstock Ankara, actually. And to be honest, I never documented it. I used to sell a lot. And then, so those are the things. And then also another thing I would say is advocate for policies that matter to us. Yes, he was mentioning like there are policies that are doing for young people, but I believe that, like you said, there are young people in your organization, so they can easily tell you that this is what we want and this is so be in spaces, advocate for policies, want to be on those conversations, sit on those tables where they are having conversations that are for you, for us, yeah. So I think that's basically it from the research and development.
Thank you so much for that. Cedric, so how can Ghana and other African countries amplify youth-led circular textile innovations at the global policy platforms like the COPs, the UNEA, etc.?
One particular way that has come across strong in this discussion is to reimagine waste. And if we do so, then we need to understand that young people are going to come up with so much innovation, so much ideas. However, we need to also know that coming up with the idea is not enough. So one, we need to have some systems like, an incubation, mechanism where these ideas will be harnessed, will be shaped, will be, modified in a way that meets, the market. And here I must applaud CDKN, that is doing great work in terms of bringing young people together and shaping the ideas, in this regard. Now, when that happens, then it is then the challenge of investors to see how to fund these ideas, because what the young people do have is the ideas, the energy, the passion. Young people do not have the time. And it is true to say that for every person, there are three key things that they might have: either the talent, the time, or the treasure. Young people don't have the treasure, that is the money, but young people have the talent, and young people have the time. So when they invest their time into coming out with innovation and skills, then it is a challenge of government, like my honorable minister. It is a challenge of the investors to make sure that these talents, are treasured, funded, they come into the fore. And also to give platforms like this. I can confess that once again, that but for our office, many young people who are here will not be here, because these programs cost so much. Check the bill, 2,500, 1,500 to get here. But the Honorable Minister has made it possible that these young people could access this platform. I'm speaking to the fact that, I'm speaking to the fact that it is important to make conscious effort to give young people the platform for them to excel. And I see a lot of, exporters, importers here. We can have an exchange program. So for those young people who are into fashion, let's have a 1-week program where they can come to London, to Germany, to even see what a recycling plant looks like, to see how the process of sorting, treatment is like. So that even just by looking at this, the visualization alone, when they come home and they are imagining this process, trying to design, then they are inspired by what they've seen, through best practices. And I think that once the collective, space of this nature are being brought upon, then I think that young people will be better positioned to deliver maximum benefit to all of us.
Thank you so much, Cedric. Thank you so much. Yes, thank you so much. I'd want to give our audience an opportunity to share some reflections, and if they have questions for us, please keep your questions very short, in less than 30 seconds. So if we have questions, young people, yes, 1, going 1, 2, 3. Thank you very much. So I have 3 questions that I'll take. Yes. Okay, please.
Who's going first?
Okay.
Oh, sorry.
Thank you. In the category of young people, as sustainable or upcycled
designers, our issue is sometimes not really the production. It is available market to sell, because in Ghana we can't compete with some of the cheap imported products, not necessarily secondhand, just the cheap imported products. But when you are designing for upscale or upcycle designs, it is a niche market, and it is also sometimes a little bit above pocket range in Ghana. So are we going to create avenues for us to access a global, bigger sales market? Because if we get enough orders in a week, sometimes the funding and the grants will not even matter. Because sometimes some of us are really pushing for actual customers and actual sales. And when we go for grants, they are normally looking for machinery. And some of us are looking for actual, like I like to say, Coca-Cola marketing budgets. That's what we sometimes need to push our brands out there. Thank you.
All right, thank you. I'll take the second question, or do you want to respond? Let's take all the questions, then we'll respond to the second question, please.
I'll come to you later.
Thank you very much. My name is Antonio Yaratokokubi. Mine is not a question, but it's just a comment I want to pass. I just want to say that sometimes there's a need for us to conscientize ourselves, change our psychology. Because normally when you see someone in a second-hand clothes, or you see someone in what is popularly known as fools, you tend to brand the person as a poor person, which I believe shouldn't be the case, right? The fact that someone is wearing a second-hand clothing doesn't mean the person is poor. So I think there's a need for us to change that mentality. There's a need for us to maybe set a day in March, because I think March is dedicated to wearing Ghana. So we can dedicate a day and then maybe wear second-hand clothing, which will change our perspective on second-hand clothing. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Antonio. And I'll take the last one from, yes.
Yes, good morning.
Good morning.
Michael from Bramais Clothing. As part of the mindset shifts into transferring waste into raw materials, I think that it needs to be made as an agenda, and the right people to push this agenda to is the tailors and the fashion designers. So in this case, for instance, having a program like this with the youth innovation and zero waste, I think that let's start pushing these agendas, having seminars like this, having conferences like this with the fashion designers and the tailors as well, letting them understand the purpose of this, the pieces that we use after cutting, doing all your sewing and those stuffs, the pieces, what can be used. We can have, yes, we can have earrings, there are so many things that we can use those pieces for. So then, as part of this zero waste, let's try and then make it as an agenda. Landfills can make it as an agenda to push it to the fashion designers, not just the corporate space, but then it should be pushed to, brought down to the fashion designers and tailors as well. I think this can also go a long way to help. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So we had one question and two comments, right?
Yes.
So just a quick one from...
There's one more lady. I think
Please,
she has
go
a
ahead.
question.
Sure, okay.
And since we've had two comments, we'd like to add one more question.
Hello.
Hi.
I'm Ellie Blim Glover. I'm into recycling. And what I do is I go to schools. I believe that when we change the mindset of the young ones, we can solve all our problems. So I go to school and to some few schools and teach them how to turn their waste into valuable products. So we turn the waste they have on campuses into papers that we use for painting. I also teach them how to turn egg crates into beads. We also turn corn husks into mats and other form of and other things. Please, I want to ask someone like me, how will I partner with others so that we can make something out of this?
Yes. Okay, thank you very much. So We have two questions. The first one was on market access, if there's going to be a platform on market access, and I think collaboration. So maybe I'll take your reflections also on that.
So I'll just start with the market access. I think that there is the market for it. One of the challenges I've identified within the upcycling sector has to do with how we present the finished product. I mentioned that I was in Paris for the Change Now Summit, where I took some of the products of young people there. And most of the people were talking about the fact that the products were not, for lack of better words, not properly finished. So you see that at the end of the materials you have, yes, the tip has not been hemmed and all that, because we just present them like that. But if we can modernize these upcycled materials very well, make them look very nice, presentable, I mean, it would add value to it, and it would look very nice, attractive for people to buy. Yeah, so that is what I would say. Also, on the last question on how to partner, there are people out there who are doing different things. One of the challenges with us as young people in this our context, in Africa and in Ghana precisely, is that we want to go solo and do everything all by ourselves. You have the idea, somebody has the access to some philanthropy or funder or somewhere. You need to come together, sell the idea, give the person a stake in your business idea, and then together, when you come together, you can leverage on the little resources that we all have as young people together, and then do something meaningful to it, other than you having the idea, wanting to secure funding and implement it all by yourself. And I'll use the zero waste model that Gayo has.
Can you wrap up, please?
Led for as an example. We've brought on different partners that are handling e-waste, metal waste, plastics, textiles, and all that onto the project. And through that, we've been able to secure the funding to let the project move, and it's being scaled up in different cities across Africa.
Okay, thank you very much. Cedric, you give your closing remarks as you comment, and then you also give your closing remarks, then we can end. You want, okay, sure, please.
To buttress what he said, I think the problem that a lot of young people have is research. We have the ideas and we have vibes. We don't do research. I quote me wrong, but then we don't do research. We just jump into it. And then there is something about originality. You have to go deep. You're talking about, having a marketplace. There is a marketplace for original products. If you're doing something that is original, that is not copied, there is a marketplace for you, because people can see your value. People can see that you're doing something that is different from what every other person is doing. So yeah, that's just it. I think we also do this. We just have the ideas. We don't do consumer research. We just do what we want. Most of it's just vibes. That's what I want to say. Thank you.
All right. Okay. So just 30 seconds, and then we are done. 30 seconds.
So let me just touch on the partnerships. So in terms of partnership, I think that it's important for young people to appreciate that partnership is a reciprocal engagement. More often than not, young people approach partnership as a one-way traffic. And so they come saying that, I want this. What can you do to help me? But they don't stop to ask, what can I do in return? And it is only in that thinking that you are able to embrace partnership fully. And here, allow me to once again give, maximum respect to the Honorable Minister. Because anytime someone comes to the office and support our office in any regard, one question that he always asks the team is that, so these people are supporting us like this, like that. What can we do to support their work? What can we do to fast track or to enhance their engagement? It gives oxygen to the fact that partnership is a two-way traffic. That once you take, you must give something. But we also need to understand that partnership cannot and is not and will never be a 50-50 approach. Because no two partners are of the same clout. And so you can enter into a partnership, you might be giving 90% and you take 10% back. You might be giving 5% and then the rest goes out. Okay. So, but sometimes some people are scared to say that, well, I'm giving 70%, why is someone taking 30%? Or I'm giving 60%, because the weight, the experience, the expertise, and the capacity of the other partner is different. What you bring to the table is different from what someone brings to the table. Now, in closing, when you approach, and to these young people, when you approach the partners here, it is about introducing yourself, your work, what they can give and what you can give. Now, I want us to also leave this conference knowing very well that there's no one single solution to managing waste, and that we are talking about reimagining. Let us reimagine from our different perspectives. Okay. Government is going to reimagine from policy approach and encourage the investors to reimagine from their approach, same as the exporters, to the young people, and of course, to the dealers. Let us all reimagine from our different standpoints.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Cedric. Thank you very much, Richard. And thank you very much, Gracie. And to the audience, thank you so much for having us.
Yeah, thank you very much, Maxwell, and your panelists. A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. I'd like to take this opportunity to thank all the partners that have made this possible. The government partners, Office of the Minister of State for Climate Change and Sustainability, the Ministries of Environment, Science and Technology, Trade, Agribusiness and Industry, Foreign Affairs, and the Ghana Investment Promotion Center, as well as the Environmental Protection Authority. Headline sponsors: Textile Recycling International, Cookstown Textile Recyclers, Nathan's Waste Savers, SWD, Wilcox Textile Recyclers. Gold sponsor: Site Recycling, Greenfield Ambassadors. Our silver sponsors: ELT Global, Tradeways Shipping. Bronze sponsors: HDM Engineering Services Limited, Clyde Recycling, and From Packaging. Strategic collaboration has come from Creme Exchange, Worn Again, Stuart Trevor, Vanessa Harrison, Ghana Used Clothing Dealers Association, Green Africa Youth Organization, Collateral, GCB Bank, Kempinski, Gold Coast City Hotel Accra, Ghana Union of Traders Association, and with the kind and generous support of the British Heart Foundation. Media support has come from TV3, City 97.3 FM, Asasi 99.5 Accra, Wazor TV, and the Graphic Communication Group. We're super grateful to them for all the support. Our next panel discussion will be exploring how we deliver EPR roadmap through traceability. We'll be hearing from a very passionate academic, a person who has spent a considerable amount of her career focusing on sustainability and also development analysis. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome, with a round of applause, your moderator for the next panel discussion, Dr. Abena Asamaning.
Hello, good morning. It's good afternoon. I am going to take 2 sessions. I know if you have the program, it's supposed to be 1, but we need to have a continuum. A conference like this gives you the opportunity to connect the first day to the second and the third. And today's one being the crowning event, we would want to make connections between what you heard yesterday, the discussions we've had so far, and then, of course, we will end it with an ultimate goal. And so we call this session Redesigning Responsibility. Redesigning Responsibility, how data can rescue the global reuse trade. And I would want you to keep us accountable based on some of the things I'm going to share with you, a bit of context, and then I'll tell you what you should expect from our discussions. This flagship session explores how end-to-end traceability in the second-hand clothing trade can become the foundation for credible, extended producer responsibility. We will be referring to it in this short form, ERP, subsequently. Systems with policymakers, exporters, reuse leaders, and platform innovators represented here. This roundtable offers a 360 view of how traceability must evolve to meet regulatory, financial, and ethical expectations, especially in emerging markets like Ghana. The idea is to make us one landmark country where others may learn from. So this conversation sets the tone for launching a traceability standard built not just for compliance, which is necessary in all that we've discussed so far, but for equity and reinvestment. At the bottom of all these discussions is money. And so you should hold us account of what you should expect from the discussions. The first round and the second round would be that we would expose the data gaps that weaken EPR enforcement globally. The second would be to explore upstream and downstream solutions for garment traceability. We would showcase how Ghana could lead with a unified reuse tracking framework. And then towards the end, we will launch the downstream traceability software co-developed by Landfills2Landmarks. We will ultimately align traceability innovation with ESG finance, carbon diversion, and retail reform. And so it's my pleasure to invite to the first round, Lee Lawrence. Where's Lee? Please, let's give him an applause as he comes. And then I'll call here with me Dr. Glenn Kwabnajima. He's with the Jospon Group of Companies. Welcome, gentlemen. A session with the doctor. It's a very painless one, no injections. Are we ready? Yes. I would want Lee to start, and I can call you Lee, right? Lee to start with an introduction of his background so his submissions will be put in context. And then subsequently, Dr. Jima. Yes.
Hello. Right. Yes, I'm Lee Lawrence. I started out in the construction industry, working on some big green projects, energy projects, and over the years, carbon credits and finance has become an important part of that to raise funding for projects through clever designs and initiatives, and that's my background. Obviously, I've had involvement in textiles recycling as well through the family business, so that's given me a bit of an insight into where we're going with this today.
Right. Dr. Glenn?
Thank you very much. I'm Glenn Jima. I work with the Jospon Group of Companies. I lead the Green Transition Office. Our sole mandate is to drive the sustainability efforts of the group in all the sectors that we operate through climate actions, embarking on circular economy models, and then also ensuring that our projects are low carbon emission in nature. We've had a privilege of being in the market, and therefore I think it's an opportunity for us to share our experience and our thoughts in trying to leverage on dealing with textiles waste and unlocking carbon financing. Thank you.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. I'd want Dr. Glenn to take us a step back yesterday. I know that we had the policymakers here talk to us about the carbon credits space, the carbon markets. Could you just give us a very summarized brief of what the policy says?
All right. Thank you very much. Yes, so yesterday, as already presented by Madam Juliana Bempa, with regard to the market that already exists in Ghana,
Ghana happens to be the second in the world to have had the Article 6.2 framework developed. And that shows that Ghana is really serious. In the area of the carbon market, we have the framework in place. And coupled to that, yesterday, she made us to understand that Ghana had been able to advance in 5 G2G bilateral relationships that allows us to access the carbon market under the compliance regime. Then also with government to private as well, that one too had also been, is also under consideration. That also allows us to tap into the voluntary market. Now, Ghana as it stands, because of the framework being in place and haven't had at least 3 authorized projects and still counting, and as we speak, yesterday's presentation made it very clear that one of them had gone through series of processes of verification, examination passed, and they are just about to issue the credit. That means that payment will also follow suit just as soon as it is being recognized by the receiving country. Now, in the framework too, it outlines some requirements that any developer ought to know if you want to enter into that market. Just as any economy or any market has its own regulations, either you are a buyer or you are a seller or you are a regulator, you are expected to live by some guidelines. So it is in the carbon market. There are some regulations or some requirements expected of the developer, and then also requirements expected of the buyer, and then also regulations required expected of the regulatory body that are ensuring that there is a fair play into the market and ensuring that the integrity of whatever is being traded in that market is secured. So that is in the summary what I want to say about that. Thank you.
Thank you. I can see from some blank expressions that some people are getting sold out here. We will come down to the level where we'll speak the money. I think a lot of people can understand that better. But there's a way we can actualize the money, and that's what I want us to listen to. There will be a little session, maybe 1 or 2 slots for questions and comments. And of course, the gentleman will be available after this session for you to approach and ask questions if any terminology was lost on you. Lee, could you tell us how we can monetize this carbon credits discussion?
So we created Green Tech so that we could consult with companies and individuals that might not understand the carbon credit market and sustainable projects, right? So we try to use innovation and science-based solutions to develop them. Now, with anything, and the problem we've got here is huge, right? And we can work on smaller projects like upcycling. We can look at how we resell textiles to reduce waste, but the actual problem is huge. And the challenge for these problems is money, right? So we can come up with different designs, different ideas, whether that's doing yarn to yarn, but when you're talking yarn to yarn in the scale that we need, that takes a huge amount of investment. So what we look at is breaking it down into carbon credits, right? So we build a project design, we get that carbon credit validated, and then once that's validated, we can then go out for investment and use that validation to ask for green finance or other development to pull some money into the project, and generally on a lower interest rate than you would get through a bank because it's a green project. Now, the way to do that easily and using transparency is blockchain. Now, everyone understands blockchain as cryptocurrency. Well, it isn't. It's blockchain is a data ledger that securely holds data that can't be changed and can be viewed and traced and is visible across the network. So using blockchain, you add value to your project. You're able to bring in people to invest because it can't be changed and they can see what's actually happening, and it stops a double counting of carbon credits that's happened in the past, where people were burning credits, retiring them, and then selling ghost credits. Now, it gets rid of that. So what we do is we validate a project, We get it on the blockchain as a pre-sell. So once you've got your project validated, you've got a bit of finance, you can then pre-sell your credits. So your project, you go out to the market and you go to companies and say, look, I can sell you 1,000 tons of carbon as 1,000 tokenized credits and get a secured contract against them credits at an agreed value. So that gives everyone confidence in your project. It gives you some confidence that you're going into the project and there is money available and finance available and a way of selling. Now, a lot of the projects that carbon credits are issued to or validated to wouldn't be viable without credits, right? So say you're going, we know yarn to yarn is very expensive at the moment and the investment needed is massive. But what carbon credits gives you is that second income stream to make that project viable. So pre-selling that, adding that additional funding, obviously the early funding, and then the carbon credits, it then gives us access to sort this problem that we've got.
Okay.
Now, the way to give traceability to the carbon credits and get to that point of the blockchain is to use of software and technology, and that is really important around these green solutions. And everyone wants visibility of what's happening. So what we're talking about here is the big problem, and it is traceability from the start of where the products, these textiles are made, where they're collected, whether it's Europe, UK, America, wherever, where it ends up here, where it's sold, where it's come to its end of life, whether it's when we sort it or whether it's coming back to, it's handed back or it's collected in a textiles bin here, which is needed.
Yep. Lee, can I come in a little bit? I need you to, since you are into project designs and more like identification, you've taken us too high. I want you to bring us down to the point of even what kinds of projects in the value chain can attract funding.
Yes.
That's what I think our audience want to hear. They want to know that, yes, this is why I find myself in the entire value chain. I might be the exporter, somebody is the importer, somebody is a retailer or a wholesaler, somebody. So at which point do people have to think about positioning themselves? Then we would go into the processes. Then so the project identification, what can attract carbon credits? What does the market want to see?
So to get a carbon credit, you need to do something different. So a current process is to grade if you're sorting textiles, is to grade your textiles and you sell it at different grades.
Okay.
Right?
Which I think our market women, they already buy the bales and they do sort them.
That's it.
Yes. So I want you to get to that level. Break it down for us, right? We like practicality. And it's that after if I'm an importer, I have gone to the ports. I have 20 footer containers, maybe 5 of them. I've brought them in, right? Take me from that point. I have already invested. My goods are in. Second-hand goods, they are in. Tell me at which point of the value chain, because you are going to move all the way from the ports to the sorting sites, to the grading. People would select the different qualities they want. There will be a big chunk from yesterday's discussions. We realized that there may be a big chunk at some point where people don't want. Yes?
Right.
And then, of course, we have those who would come and pick those parts to go and redesign. Others would pick with an attempt to redesign, but they may not have use for those fabrics. The entire value chain, I've laid them out.
Yeah.
At which point do I have a possibility of being identified for funding?
So for instance, they buy their bales, they go through their bales, they find something that isn't the quality they'd hoped or is damaged, it can't be upcycled, or they've bought a C-grade material and they bought the very low grade, they're trying to turn it into wipes or rags or whatever. There's polyester in there, there's nylons that they can't use. Now, rather than getting discarded in ways that we know is happening in domestic waste or however that's happening, it's to return that back. So if Dave over there is a sorter, if they can return that material to them, and for a recycling process, whether that is yarn to yarn, if it's man-made fibres, it might be best to go into some energy or fuel development. So it's creating a new economy for them to bring it back to a point where it can be reused rather than discarded. And for the clothing that's brought to its end of life in Ghana, because it's been used, and they can then send it to that centre for recycling.
Okay, so now we've identified one part. What do I have to understand? I think what is going through repeatedly is data.
Yes.
Data. What is it that the business people around the table have to know and understand? What is the data that is required? I mean, if I have my bill, I have the different fractions of it. At which point am I documenting, and what am I even documenting? That eventually can come into the blockchain process, that it would be useful.
The data connects everything. So it lets us understand what is happening in the market real time, from where it's made to where it's collected, where it's gone to market, where it's come back. Now, it's for many reasons, because data is important. We live in data. Data is important for EPR.
Yes.
So it will track that. Data is important for carbon credits because it proves what we're doing. It gives it that fidelity, that gets you a higher value credit as well. So the more data and the more transparency you've got, you're a rich man with data, right? That is it.
Yeah. So for most market women, and I can speak for the informal sector, I've worked with them a bit. What are they writing? What should they be putting down? Is it the quantum? Is it the quality? Is it the ones that have a higher price? What are they to collect the data? What are they to document?
It's feedback as well. So collecting that data. So if they think their barrel was more full of man-made fibres or natural fibres, it's feedback to that sorter as well. So it improves the whole market, improves what everyone's doing. It gives the market people a chance to talk back and have feedback. There's so much it can do with it, and expand on that.
I think what Lee is trying to say is that at every point of the value chain in the business, you must write something down. And this should serve as an input to the organizers. For next year, you need to show us how we should document wherever we find. But Dr. Glenn Jima would tell us, using a project, I know you have an experience, you don't need to be specific, but tell us the processes to go through to actualize, say, $5 million that a project that I'm on can attract in terms of the carbon credits.
All right, thank you very much. Right, so to start of dreaming a carbon credit project, there are some few steps that you need to look at.
First of all, before I ask, do I need to seek help from either you or Lee in order to design a factory, a setup, whatever, before we go into the processes?
Right.
Do I need help, or if I already have an existing facility, you could come in and assess and then tell us what to do?
Right, so it depends. So if you already have, I think it wouldn't be far from what will be required. So it's just more of an audit to ensure that you fall in line or you are in compliance with what is required. Then if you haven't, then it will be better for you to consult and get the right thing done right from the beginning.
Who are we consulting in terms of Kantamanto people? Who will we be consulting?
Okay, so in
EPA?
EPA is the best office to consult because basically they handle the regulations and then also are the very people that can hold you and then take you through the entire process.
Okay.
So they are the best people to call on to understand even your activity. So starting from activity identification, there are a lot of activities if you look into the entire value chain, but it may not necessarily be a carbon credit in nature, but might be able to fall under, let me say, your corporate commitment to the environment, demonstrating environmental leadership. which can somehow be linked to attracting, let me say, sustainable financing, if perhaps your activity may not necessarily have a direct correlation with emission reduction, but then you are demonstrating a high level of environmental leadership. So that's where the ESG linkage comes in. So identification of the project is very important, and that project must aim at either reducing emission or removing of emission. So when you're able to identify it, then you move on to the next step of being able to gather information about it. So there are a lot of data sets that are required that could enable you in area of the textiles. We are looking at, let's say, the material makeup of the textile. So some will be wool entirely, some will be cotton, some will be a mixture, some will be nylon, whatever. So you need to understand all these characteristics and then be able to align them as your data sets that you need to focus on. Then you now talk about what are the volumes involved. So the volumes involved helps you to be able to do your calculation in knowing the level of emission you are reducing or you are removing. Now, before you get there, it's important for you to either adopt a standardized methodology that is within that space that can help you justify the reduction, because it's a scientific base. It's not more of, let's say, a qualitative thing. It's quantitative. So you need to adopt a methodology which has been approved by the UNFCCC methodology platform or Gold Standard or Vera Standard. All these are standardized organizations that helps with method formation. If they don't have, then you need to develop one yourself. And so these institutions are available to help you develop one that can help you justify your emission reduction in the textile space, depending on the activity that you are looking out for. Then you move on. After you've been able to cross the road of being able to get a method, then you move on to registering it under the developed or the country you are developing the project. So here in Ghana, it sits under the CMO Carbon Market Office that is housed under the Environmental Protection Authority of Ghana. So you need to now do a registration. When your registration has been accepted and issue letter of intent, then you move on to the development of the project design document, which now demonstrates the entirety of the emission reduction that you are intended to reduce. So you then have to submit the document through a lot of verification stages to make sure that validation stages, to make sure that it's being validated. Your claims or your estimations are being validated and has been passed. So as soon as it's passed, then it's ready for authorization. Authorization means that now both countries involved, or the partner and the country involved, had now accepted what you are doing as it's reducing emission. Then you are allowed to implement. So implementing it too comes to where you need such a robust system as Lee is talking about. You need a robust monitoring, reporting and verification system, because at the end of the day, your report will be verified. And to verify and be sure that what you are claiming is really as it is, then you should have these systems that will be able to house the information that you claim that you have been able to gather, that as a result of that, you are reducing this volume of emission. So it's quite a journey, but having gotten there, you need to also make sure that at the end of the day, your claims or your reports that you've submitted for verification will pass. And as it passes, then it's ready for the host country to now issue it to any interested partner. It could be another government, it could be another private entity, or anybody who would then might have approached you of showing interest in that project. So it is after it has been transferred, acknowledged receipt, then you should be ready to receive your payment, which now comes to you as a carbon revenue. But in the course of the process, as Lee explained, if you've been able to get an authorization of a project that has gone through validation and it's been authorized and the government is interested of it, then you can even use that as a bit to attract finance to support whatever you are doing, because at that level it's still on document, it's not anything implemented yet, and that can help you to unlock finance to implement the project. And so that's what I can say on that. Thank you.
Right. Now, we are learning that there are different types of textiles.
Right.
Obviously, jeans is not just jeans, and wool is not just wool, and we must document. I want to throw it to the two of you. I hope you do understand that we are dealing with the informal sector. Documentation is one of the biggest problems. I know I didn't inform, but this is the space we are in. Documentation is one of the biggest problems there. And so how can we prepare ourselves? I know that it's a process. We may not necessarily start getting carbon credits for the textile industry immediately, but where do we start from? Because we are dealing with the informal sector. Informal sector, they are not quite structured, we know. In terms of even the thought processes that would go into these technical things that you are talking about may seem a bit far off. And so could you give us an idea? Maybe Dr. Glenn can come back, knowing the Ghana context a lot more, with how the informal sector can prepare, can be ready for the carbon markets, because this seems a bit more like medium to long term. Maybe medium term, but some preparation can be done. And I believe that the platform is also to prepare the organizers of this conference to understand the needs of the audience. So the informal sector and the way they operate, how can they be ready?
Thank you very much. With regard to the informal sector, I think the very critical thing here is much of the work had already been done by the CMO, that the Carbon Market Office of Ghana. They have templates, as I said, identification of the activity. So the activity data sets are already defined by CMO. So at whichever stage you find yourself, if you make that step of approaching the CMO, it's one of step to maybe just completing it, and makes it also easier for you, because they'll be able to let you identify where you are, or maybe know where you are, and then what is required of you, and then the kind of documentation or data to be looking at. So the first step is take a bold step and approach CMO's office. And if you do that, wherever you are, you'll be able to know, and what is required of you, they'll be able to help you. And so that's the first thing. The second thing is, as an informal sector, I would want to suggest that since this is more of evidence-based kind of business, it is required that you have a dedicated team or desk that will be in charge of managing or monitoring data, or ensuring that information in, information managed within, and information out are well catered for or controlled and then stored. Because at the end of the day, whatever you are going to claim your reductions are would be based on those information, and the verifier who is going to attest and then pass your report on the reduction that you are claiming would have to check those information. So having contacted the EPA to understand where you are and what you need to do, have an in-house team who will be in charge of your data sets, how to mine them, how to monitor them, how to report them, and how to store them. So these are the things that are very critical, so that in future you will be secured in your reporting.
Right. Lee, could you add a bit to it? How to be market ready for the carbon markets or carbon credits?
So there are opportunities for smaller organisations to get carbon credits, and there's mini projects. So it's not just for big sorting facilities, it's not for big projects, because getting a carbon credit through the validation process can be a costly exercise with consultants and the time that it takes. But there are smaller projects. So if you're doing some kind of recycling or some innovative idea, whether it's that you're making insulation out of damaged textiles or something on a smaller scale, there is opportunity to go out and go to your Vera or your gold standard and get a smaller mini project, and it attracts smaller fees, and so it is open to everyone.
Okay.
But the important thing, I think, what you were saying earlier is from the beginning is how we get the market traders to record this data to get back. Now, it might be that there's a shift in how the sorting process happens, and that C grade is reduced down to what's entering the market, if that's what needs to happen, and the sorting facilities use that to do their new projects, whether it's making something out of textiles or downscaling or whatever that is.
Right.
So it's going to be quite a fluid process, I think.
Right. I want to invite comments. Comments from the audience, questions. It's a continuum, but this session, I have just about 5 minutes left, but I would want it to be a little bit interactive. I know it's technical, it will take a bit of time, and we would make time to train, because it's not necessarily a new area, but it does take some understanding, a bit of time to understand. But what we are trying to say now is that in Ghana, we already have the policy that covers the carbon credits. We have a desk, the policy is there, we have personnel. There are some companies I do know personally which have benefited from this, and is in the millions of euros and dollars. So there is opportunity to benefit, but we must structure it in such a way that everybody in the value chain can be ready to take their part in this. So,
all right, we'll open the floor for just two. And I would urge you to keep it short and simple. Oh, there you go. I'll get over to you in a second.
Hi, we are actually exporters of used clothing textiles. We sort, grade, and send it over to places like Ghana. So my question's actually for Lee. I want to know, you basically suggested that if people are bringing in C grade or low quality clothing, they should have a system to take back, and there should be a new economy. So what do you mean by that? Because I think the discussion was about how we're going to train and prepare the informal sector. So could you just explain take back to whom exactly? Thank you, that's my question.
I think I'll correct a little impression over there. The discussion is not about the informal sector, and it's about data. And so the informal sector part just came in as part of the explanation. But what she wants you to answer is, if they've done all they can and the bills have come in and you've graded, and there's a C, there's a D, there's an E, who are you to return the rest to?
So that's
I suppose that's what you're asking, right? Yeah.
Yeah, that's the market shift, and this is what we've been talking about and working on for over a year now, is to deal with the actual problem in Ghana with textiles ending up in landfills or rivers and beaches and everything else we've seen. We need to change something. Now, this is what we're saying, is that carbon credits will give us opportunity for companies in the textiles industry to take the waste and deal with it in a responsible way. Now, to deal with it in a responsible way takes money, and we need to do something with it. So a carbon project where we're doing something with textiles, whether it's yarn-to-yarn recycling, producing RDF fuel, making bricks out of textiles, whatever that is, it will give us the opportunity to take that textiles back that is now classed as waste or unusable. So that would be the change in the way that the economy is working, and it will create a circular economy rather than a flow downwards that's happening at the moment that ends with the traders and how they're disposing of textiles and how the communities are disposing of textiles. That's the change that needs to happen. And carbon credits and innovation and technology projects and data is the way to do it.
Right. Thank you.
Hello.
Any other?
So, my name is Terence, and I'm a tech enthusiast. And I'm glad you were talking about the data sets and the likes that your organization would be making available. But there's been this, I'll call it a flaw in technology setups in the country, in some parts of industries, in terms of availability of credited institutions. I'll give you an example. If I want to validate an institution that is registered to, let's say, Registrar Generals, it is so difficult to have access to a company to just validate. So how ready is your platforms to bridge that gap where I can easily say that OR organization is credited by your institution and I can do business with that partner? In so doing, you are also mining data and you are making it available to secure the whole agenda of sustainability. So that is my question. And then second one, just to keep it brief, it says one question.
Thank you. We only have time for two. Okay. Let's take the responses and we'll transition into the part 2 of this session. Thanks.
Before they can set in, I initially mentioned that we have 2 parts to this discussion, and I think your question is more suitable to the panelists from in the second part. So if you permit us to wait just a little bit, and then the gentleman here will give their closing remarks as we delve into the deep issues of data, if you would permit me. It's okay. So Lee would give his final words.
No, and then it's I suppose we're all trying to find a solution here. It's not clean cut. Everything's not in place yet. It's fluid. We're trying to do lots of different things, but we all need to work together. But we know the solution. We just need to keep driving it forward as collaboratively as we can. I suppose that's what my closing statement.
Yes, thank you, Dr.
Right, thank you. Yes, so this carbon market activity is more of a collaborative work. We need all stakeholders to be on board. And then again, want to assure partners here that Ghana is ever ready to support any business under the carbon market space. And it has a track record to rely on that also ensures or assures you that you are within a much safer environment to have your business. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Lee and Dr. Glenn. Thank you. So you may take leave of us. Right, thank you very much. We have to go to the next session. It's also about data. But I would give some thoughts on the discussion we just had, and that the entire value chain, the first is that the entire value chain stands to benefit from the carbon credits market. The second is data is gold. Evidence is the name of the game. For you to benefit from the carbon credits space, it's all about evidence, and that's coming from the data you collect. Then the next point is that we need to have sessions of training for the personnel who would be involved in the data mining, because it's a pretty new area. What are they recording? What are they supposed? How are these evidences being collected? What will be considered valid and what will be considered invalid? And so we need some kind of capacity building to support that process. The last for me is that there's opportunity for everybody in the entire value chain to benefit from this. I won't call it as new. I won't call it new. It's not necessarily new, but it's a new phenomenon to invest and get returns on your investment. So let's give a round of applause to the gentleman who helped us go through this. And then now I'm going to call 3 gentlemen to join me as we delve into the deeper issues. Now we are going to talk about data. What this whole discussion, 3-day session has been about and what it's culminating into. I'll call to join me Peter Page. Please, as they come, it's not easy being up here, talking about all these serious stuff. I didn't even see one person around this table especially. Nobody smiled. Please smile for us. Please have a seat. And then I'll call to join us Samuel Ofori-Jampo. He's the co-founder for Landfills2Landmarks. I will call to join us Henry Treku. He's the co-founder of Landfills2Landmarks. It looks like today it's an all-male affair. I will be representing all the females here. You must be encouraging me. Ian, okay. I will call Ian to join us. Ian, yes. Ian has a lot of information. Yes. Ian, I'm giving you a lot of props. Better not disappoint me. Right. So we are going to get into the discussion of data. If I should remind you again, the title here is Redesigning Responsibility, How Data Can Rescue the Global Reuse Trade. And we'll get straight into the issues. I'll start off with Peter. You're welcome, Peter. The first that we want to understand is, despite growing international EPR mandates, most exporters have little visibility into what happens to garments post-shipment. Why has the sector tolerated this lack of downstream accountability for so long? Because if Landfills2Landmarks had not come up with this, we've been living in this second-hand situation for before I was born. And why that tolerance?
Why this has been for so long is, for me, is that there's been lack of, I'm trying to think of the word here, lack of the need for traceability further down the chain. And now we have the increased pressure or economic pressures from fast fashion,
yeah,
that we are having to deal with, overconsumption, overproduction.
Okay. Is it the case that no situation propelled us to get to this table to talk? Is that what you're trying to say? And that was caused by whom? All of us?
All of us.
Producers?
Producers, consumers.
Consumers, all of us.
Everybody through the
Right.
supply chain.
Now, Samuel, if you would, for years, critics have blamed second-hand clothing for undermining local industries. Yet, no one has presented real data to track what happens to imported garments. Why does this data vacuum persist?
So, when you look at the entire value chain, the key industry stakeholders are all here, but without the brands and then the clothing manufacturers, because they are the start of the chain. They make all the big margins on the clothing textiles. And once it leaves their factory and it goes into the retail outlets, their business ends there. Now, the key issue here is that the element of reuse is not really recognized. And people don't see, many people don't even appreciate the fact that the reuse element of the industry is actually supporting climate action. Now, it's so because the local manufacturing companies, for instance, see the threat of the reuse. But if you look at it from a climate action point of view, it's a lot of work that is being done there. But lack of data, lack of real transparent data is not supporting us to highlight these great work that the market women are doing in the trade. Now, if the market woman is able to demonstrate that 55 kg of items is being reused, that is a significant amount of carbon emission that they have prevented from a new clothing manufacturing. Mm-hmm. If you take a casual look in this room, I'm not sure, and a lot of presentation has happened here, we need 2,700 liters of water to produce one garment. And if these market women are pushing this trade in there without being recognized, this reuse value chain will be lost on us. So now what we're trying to do here is every industry is able to produce its own data. From a telecommunication background that I've spent over 20 years, at the end of each day, the industry can tell you how many voice minutes were made, which individuals contributed to voice minutes. In the same way, they can tell you how many data was consumed by everybody in their network. But the clothing sector is not able to generate its own data. Yesterday, Marvin was saying a lot of research has been commissioned by Oxford, by our foundation. You don't need research data for an industry. You need real-time data for the industry, because this is the only way that the people, everybody in the value chain that is pushing the reuse agenda of sustainability will be recognized. And if we do not get to this point, it's always easy for us to use the easy approach, which is ban. Now, if we go the easy approach, many livelihoods will be lost. So we need to take that step and put that data infrastructure in place so that that visibility will be available, so that we can be able to make the correct decisions, the correct policies, so that we don't go the easy route by enforcing ban. So that is why this gap is not just a problem, but it's a risk to this industry. Not having a data infrastructure in place to provide the transparent data that is, first of all, recognizing that the exporters are promoting reuse, the importers are promoting reuse, the retailers downstream are also promoting reuse, and they're actually saving us from wasting water resources. They're actually saving us from consuming a lot of energy that could have been prevented from the reuse market. So with this transparency and visibility, it shines a spotlight on the key actors of climate change to be brought to the fore and rewarded for what they are doing. And even if to the extent that they even produce waste, they are incentivized to be able to provide the right resources to deal with the waste in a much responsible way.
Okay, I'll skip you, Henry. Ian, I want you to share some thoughts on this.
Yeah, no, absolutely. This is on. It is on. Yeah, I think the sector is very much mirroring plastics, as we talked a little bit about yesterday, going back 20 years. And unless you have data, credible data, you cannot dictate policy to big brand owners. These guys are giants. They've got shareholders, they've got investors. Yeah. And I think we all recognise, and we've been talking about this, they need, at the end of the day, they are largely the cause of the oversupply and the problems in the industry, whether it's second-hand or whether it's brand new. And they know that. But we just cannot dictate, ask them to spend their money and their shareholder money unless we provide evidence, just like all the other categories have done. So as much as it's going to be difficult getting the data, we've got to start somewhere.
Yeah.
That will evolve over time, I'm sure. We might start with one pilot, we'll learn, we'll do a second pilot, a third pilot, but until we get that data, we cannot invite them to this conference next year.
Right.
And we need them here.
Okay. Henry, do you want to add something before I come to your main question? It's good, it's good. So many countries like Ghana have declared interest in the EPR, right, but have no credible enforcement systems to back it. What are the structural reasons we failed to translate intention to regulation? So far, I mean, if we are even looking at 5 decades, a minimum of 5 decades in this country. So other countries, what's happening?
Thank you. I don't think the problem is intention. I think the problem is the lack of infrastructure. We've seen a lot of ambitious policies and which have failed without tools. Now, first and foremost, you don't know, we're not tracing what is coming in here. That's number one. Number two, when they come in here, they're reused or discarded. We don't take record of them. So what we're seeing here, especially in a lot of EPR conversations, are policy without paper trail. Now, if you are not able to measure, trace, and track, the vacuum here is the technology, which is the traceability tool, to enhance enforcement. So we shouldn't talk about enforcement if we don't have these systems in place in the first place. This is where it is. It's not intentional. It's the infrastructure. And this is where the initial investments must be channeled into.
So everything is about data now.
Well,
if any government wants to set policies to guide this industry, it must be data. That's what you're saying.
well, the infrastructure to provide the data is key.
Right, right. Ian wanted to add on.
Yeah, I think if we don't do this, if we procrastinate and we spend 2 or 3 or 4 years looking at this, outside governments are going to start dictating policy. And it will be painful. It will cripple us. It will be taxes. We already heard about the 2030 activities in the European Union, about not allowing that European market and the UK to supply Africa. So we've got to get this right. We've got to get this right in a timely fashion. Otherwise, other people will dictate what goes on, and that will cripple the business.
Yes, some wants to add on, yes.
So for us, it's about protection of livelihood in the global south.
Okay.
If we do not drive this conversation, the global north will take the easiest approach in dealing with this textile waste. And this will impact many livelihoods in the global south. That is why we've taken it upon ourselves to change the trend, provide infrastructure that will inform the right policies to be made, because the global north is not aware about the sheer amount of livelihoods that are very dependent on this reuse industry. So data is so important for us, so that many people now who are so much dependent on this trade will have the clear data, will know the amount of economic contribution they are making towards the nation's GDP, African's GDP, and it will be very clear, and then policymakers will wake up to the call to say, look, let's pay attention to this industry. At this present moment, because of this data gap, there's no focus from policymakers to do this. That is why we are so happy that the Office of the Minister of State for Climate Change and Sustainability is supporting this key initiative so that we can support the teeming livelihoods that are dependent on this industry.
Yeah, and from the discussions yesterday, today, and the day before, obviously, this is a multi-sectorial decision. It's a commitment not from only the public, but also the private sector. We all here in this room must be part of this change. And that brings me to Peter's next question. International supply chains are fragmented, and data often lives in silos. Obviously, the producers, everybody has their own data sets, but of course, it's for business and it's for profit, right? So how can sorters and exporters contribute to a unified traceability ecosystem that reflects the full life cycle of clothing beyond compliance reports? Yes, yes.
So first of all, I think it goes beyond exporters and sorters. Exporters and sorters, especially our group, especially, we have our own in-house QR code system that we can track the full traceability of our garments coming into the country. But also the importers and the wholesalers will have their own traceability data that they have at the moment in certain aspects of sales ledgers, etc. But to move forward, we need investment to gather the data through the full cycle from import right down to the end of life.
So this investment that we are suggesting here must come from who? The producers?
It needs to come from everybody.
Okay.
It needs to come from government, from EPR frees, from investors in the private sector.
Right, right. And we believe that once we have a synergized database, it would compel, or it can make a case for the funding to come in.
Yes.
Right? Okay. Anyone wants to share some thoughts on that?
It's not just financially.
Yeah.
It's going to add complexity to our businesses. It may even create some more jobs, actually, ironically, but it will add complexity.
Yeah.
But the small costs now, if everybody contributes a small amount now, there'll be huge savings down the line.
Yeah, yeah. So this is calling for all of us to get on board, and the discussion, the way I see it, this is downstream. So if the discussion is coming from downstream all the way eventually, hopefully, co-founder, next year we are seeing the brands here at this conference where the case may have been made, you know, as one of the outputs for this. Sam, Most EPR frameworks focus on brand obligations, but ignore the informal infrastructure powering the global reuse economy. What's the danger of building policy frameworks without including the realities of the downstream markets?
If the brands are not here, I mean, there's nothing that compels them to be here.
Okay.
The good thing with the traceability software is that it offers an online marketplace where in the whole value chain from the exporter to the importer, even to the retailer, we are tracking the movement of the bills up to the point where the retailer buys the bills, opens up the bills, and starts listing onto the marketplace. At that point, once we move a fraction of the informal sector into the formal sector, and this retailer starts listing the content of the bill online and start listing the brands within the bill, then we'll start having a conversation. Because at that point, the brands that are listed online will feel proud that their items are in the reuse market. The brands that are not listed within the bill and are going through the buyback scheme will be listed in the brands that are not supporting sustainability, or possibly they may go into the repurpose stream in terms of end-of-life management. And then feedback from these retailers in terms of the items that are not listed on the online marketplace could potentially be non-suitability of the textile, and then that could then enforce some sort of variation in the way the exporters are sorting and improve on that. So over time, what we intend to build here is a whole ecosystem of exporters with importers, map to retailers, map to the end consumer who is buying each garment.
Yeah.
So we get a whole flow from exporters to the end consumer. So next year, by this time, when we get to the next Landfills2Landmarks 2026, we should have credible data, not research-based, but credible real-time data of the top brands that are supporting reuse and the top brands that are promoting fast fashion that is not supporting the reuse agenda. And then it's at that point that the brands will wake up, because every brand is just a fabric. The only thing that brings the equity is a brand and a label on the fabric. And moment you start pushing the conversation around environmental impact and social impact, it affects the value of the brand. This is when the brands will wake up to say, look, we need to do something about this. And that is where the investment required to build infrastructure, government support, enforcing the right policies will be ignited. So for us, this is about bringing every stakeholder to the table so that we can solve a global problem using a global system.
Right. Ian, I would love for you to add on.
Yeah, thank you. It's not just the big brands, of course. I mean, who buys the brands? Consumers, right? So this data is going to add value to the message for the consumers.
Yeah.
We talk a lot about the youth and how they can be big influencers. Brand imagery is king. That's all they care about. So I think providing the data that's credible is also going to help that army of consumers have an impact on brands.
Right.
Because brands hate bad news.
Okay. Henry, this would be your last question. If a country like Ghana were to build a national traceability standard, what foundational elements must be in place to ensure it serves not just regulators and producers, but also local traders and recyclers?
I think first and foremost, we need to acknowledge that any system that is built without data is guesswork. Simple as that. When in the design process of solutions, you need data to inform your next steps.
Yeah.
So that is critical. The second thing someone mentioned earlier was you need everybody in the room. Everybody must be part of the design process. So you need from the producers, you need the manufacturers, you need the women in the market, the retailers, you need everybody in there. The reason why it is so important is that you want everyone talking to each other. So in the creation of this, our focus was because when we spoke with multiple stakeholders, we could tell a disconnect. The retailers were not really cooperating with the wholesalers. The exporters or the importers, they get the items here. It's more of a commercial conversations than more of a sustainability conversation. And I think this is literally where it is. So the whole idea was to solve this problem, we needed to treat both the entry and exit points and carve a solution around this. And this is going to form the basis, because data transparency is key. We need to do so. Now, before I summarize, for us to achieve this, the foundational base will be dealt with in three things. The first thing we need to look at is inclusion, which I've mentioned, everybody being on the table. The second thing here would have to be the incentives. Now, if I go to the local market and I tell the retailer, disclose what you haven't sold, what are the incentives? So we have gone a step further to tie some of these small loans into disclosure, because you can't have traceability without disclosure. Yeah. So that becomes the second thing. Incentives is key. And the third thing is the partnerships. You need, especially when we spoke of EPR, you need government co-create this with government, institutions, and the people, and this, or the community. And this is the fundamental basis of how we can take this conversation forward in creating real solutions in the industry.
Right. Gentlemen, in just 0.32 seconds, every one of you will have a last bite. We'll start from Ian.
We have the Ghanaian government on side at the very start of this process. That is huge. Most policies are driven by government on their own without talking to the community or the industry. They are here supporting this business now. We need to make the most of that.
Yeah. Thank you. Henry?
I think for starters, this has been great. We can see a lot of collaboration. We can see a lot of partners. In fact, we've already set the objectives for next year, which is very important. We've been very intentional in our approach, and we recognize that this is certainly a step, in the right direction, and we are ready to work with multiple stakeholders to see it come to life.
Right. Sam?
Economy is not just a buzzword, and ensuring textile sustainability is also not a cliche. We are here to redefine the future of global textile, and the starting point is data. Let's put in the infrastructure, let's get all key players in the value chain on board, and let's make this thing work. This is the only way we can get the brands on board and get them to produce good quality products that will last a lifetime. When we did our research and went into the market, and we asked the market women, what do you want the exporters to do? They said, we only want good quality product. And the only way to ensure this is to get the brands to produce in a way that will last longer in the value chain. Thank you.
Thank you. Peter?
Thank you. I think moving forward, especially towards next year's event, we need to continue this collaboration and create a roadmap to physically show what we've achieved here and how we can move forward. That way we can get the brands on board and government incentives and investment to move forward with this.
Right. Gentlemen, before you get discharged, I would invite just two input. It could be a question, it could be a submission, and it should be in 0.42 seconds. Please, can you help us?
Right, I see two hands, and so
good day, everybody. My name is Chief Godwin. Okay. I just want to focus on the issue of database today. I know very well that Second-Hand Clothing Association has existed for over 4 decades or even more than that. And I can assure you that those of us in the second-hand clothing has the real database of what comes into the nation, the number of containers that comes into the nation, the number of customers that buys them, those in the Cantonment area or any part of the nation. And I believe, having started this program very, very soon, the organizers will come closer to be able to get that. And I believe with that, the recycling issue, the rebuilding issue, the redefining issue will be more easy to achieve. So I want to assure them that Second-Hand Clothing Dealers Association has the capacity to provide that data. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And then we'll get the last one. Yes, yes. Point 4, 2 seconds.
Hi. It's just a comment, really.
Yes, ma'am.
Basically, we don't really need to recreate the wheel. There are a number of use cases that have been implemented in different areas and different sectors which we can take learning from. And Ian's really right, it will create more jobs. So for example, a few years ago, 2022, Ghana installed an excess tax stamp that had to be put on alcoholic drinks. Very disruptive, but it was done. And it created more jobs. And overnight, drinks companies had to do it. So I think that the collaborative effort between industry and policymakers is important, but having firm policies whereby people are forced to do it is really important as well. And just to answer to the lady's question, because I don't think it was answered, where would the things be returned to? I think with the tax credit policy, it means that clothing that is sent over which is deemed as unusable in the sense that it's unwearable, will then have a route to be returned back to you where you sent it from, and you'd have to repurpose it. And with the tax credits schemes, you'd be able to look at how you'd repurpose it. Or it would mean that with the grading system, you wouldn't be able to send clothing which wouldn't be used for purpose to this country again. Thank you.
Right, that was 1.5 minutes. Thank you very much. Gentlemen, any comments? Because we need to move to the next phase of the program, our session. Right, I think we are all very satisfied with the submissions. We are at a point where we have to invite Henry and Sam to unveil the traceability software for us all to see. Yes, thank you.
May I interject for a moment, please? Sorry.
Hold on a sec.
I think we need the benefit of the full screen. So, gentlemen and lady, well, thank you very much for this session. Henry and Sam, I'll need you to stay on this side so we can have the stage cleared. A round of applause for Dr. Abena Asamanin, Peter, Ian, Henry, and Sam. So, congratulations to you both. A lot of hard work has gone in on this. So the screen will be cleared in a moment, but I'm sure quite a number of you would have wondered why the setup was done like this. Well, Judith has a talent as a performer, so she might sing for you a little later on, and you'll also witness a fashion show. So please don't be in a rush to leave. She promised on putting me on the spot, and I'm beating her to it.
No.
So we'll be sashaying up and down here. I can guarantee you that's the first time I developed 2 left feet, so I won't be able to do it, but you'll have Judith here in the afternoon. That's why my session ends when we go to lunch, doesn't it?
Exactly, and so we're going to have a fashion show after lunch, but before that we're going to have Henry and Samuel unveil creme exchange. And so let's wait a little so we can have.
Well, I think we're going to start by this. Sam, I think you should tell us what inspired creme exchange before you go into what it's all about.
Okay, so basically we looked at research into the sustainable textile over the last 5 years, and we noticed that in the global north, a lot of policy were going to be implemented, which was going to impact a lot of livelihoods. So we felt that if we do not provide an infrastructure that will provide a visibility, the local industry will be affected by policies that the global north will enforce. So this made us get into a stage where, look, the gap is this industry doesn't have its own infrastructure to produce its own real-time data. So let's engage key stakeholders to be able to put that data in place. And I think we would like to take this opportunity to recognize Jonathan Sate and the entire family for making themselves available for us to start building this traceability software. Yes. And then we also like to acknowledge the British Heart Foundation for providing us with the guidance to provide the right framework to get into this point. Yeah. Now, it's always difficult to build a solution if you don't have the right support. And at the start of this journey, we spoke to a lot of stakeholders, both international and local. And it might surprise you that the people that we are trying to help really push back. A lot of people that we felt we were trying to help push back and felt threatened of what we're trying to do. But we're very excited when, by divine means, and I'm sure Jonathan will share the story in the podcast, by divine means, we met Jonathan and magic happened. And so we are so grateful to him and the entire family for supporting this work. Yeah.
Thank you. All right, can we introduce the Cream Exchange traceability software? Just give you an insight on what it does, and we'll talk more about its implementation and the next steps afterwards. Thank you. A few things I would like to talk about. First and foremost, the practicality. I think normally when we talk about softwares or tools of this nature, people would like to know how practical that is, especially you're talking about people in the counter-mounter market, and you are talking about putting data, getting them to input data. And I think when we were building this, it was so important, and I always maintain why we included the retailers downstream in the process. It was a very simple observation. You know, financial inclusion used to be a very, difficult thing. We struggled to send money across, families, locally. And then we had mobile money. And when mobile money came in via short code, we could tell how people were sending money. Even in the informal sector, it became very relevant. And so we were able to pick what their informal sector was already using. So, for example, if we wanted disclosure in the informal sector, it is a disclosure that could be dealt with or done via short codes. We have visited multiple shops, and it may interest you to know every single informal shop in the market has got an identity. Our research unveiled specific amount of items that they were unable to sell. But most importantly, they were willing to disclose, and they supported us in creating these pathways for disclosure. The other thing I'd like to talk about is the API connectivity. I think someone mentioned earlier that, yes, research is very important, but to have real-time data is when I'm able to say that, okay, brand A can, via an API interface, connect to the platform that I have built so that data is fed to them directly. So what happens is that you don't need external reports to actually access what is ongoing. You should be able to tell via our exit pathways how many items are being diverted, and even for you as a brand. So when we converge here again, it will be more of live data or real-time data, which will be relevant to the industry. Some also mentioned about the marketplace. So the marketplace elements of the app, that's two things. The informal sector is there, but we also need to create a platform where these items will come to sit. Now, when these items come to sit on the online marketplace, it means that we will be able to have that first-hand data of what is coming. Presently, yes, there is information about how many items are coming in. We know that, but they have to sit on a platform where we can actually trace that to the retailer. And so the formal marketplace, as someone mentioned earlier, will be able to still put their items online. We know very well that this is going to take some time, so it's not everybody who would be able to migrate to the formal marketplace, of course, for obvious reasons. So we didn't leave them, the informal sector out of the divide. Hence the reason why, for those parts, we developed two strategies. One for the informal sector to disclose via the short codes or other methods. And those who are migrated to the formal sector even gives us a better way for traceability, because from that point, we're able to tell and also get more accurate data to that respect. What we are planning to do currently in terms of rollout, the beta version is ready, so we would be working with a select group of partners from the exporters, and the importers and the retailers to start the trial process for this project. So the first 3 months focus will be on that, start collecting that data. We've already secured the infrastructure that is needed with respect to how we study the components of these materials that we divert. So I'll leave it here if someone wants to add any further comment to this, and I'll continue. Thank you.
No, thank you, Henry. I think to make this work, we need a lot of retailers to get into this trade. I know a lot of young people are interested in thrift market, but it's not just about thrift market, it's about sustainable textile and redefining the textile future. So we encourage every young person who is already in the thrift trade to come onto this platform so that we can create and enhance the traceability software and support the sustainable livelihoods that we are talking about, so that we don't go the easy route of ban, but we go the most effective way of enhancing the trade and removing the imbalance of trade and actually recognizing the effort of everyone in this value chain. Now, this online marketplace in itself it's not just a trading platform. It's a key and central component of the traceability software because we want to see where the textile ends up. And so the API connection here is also into payment systems. It's going to be integrated into banks. So the purchase will actually be recorded and we'll have real evidence. So we do not, once we use more of this, post partners coming on board, this industry will now start moving into generating its own data without relying on research data. And this is where we need to get to, where this industry will start shaping the right policy, providing the right information for government agencies to act in the right way to support this whole venture. Thank you.
Yeah, I think when it comes to solutions, usually it's important to take questions because at least one or two questions, because from the design perspective, I can tell you what it does. But you could be curious about, I started mentioning the practicality of this. So I would like you guys to, at least we'll take two questions on this.
Okay, I've already identified two hands. Her hand has been up, but since she's closer to me, let's take hers. I'll come to you right after. Yeah.
Hi, my question is for Henry. Basically, I can understand that to run a software like this, there's a massive cost of doing uploads. You have to have a camera, you have to have a system where you are actually managing and putting all this sort of individual pieces online. So what are the incentives for retailers to go ahead and go through with this difficult procedure when alternatively they could just buy wholesale bales and put them up in a shop in Cantamanto, and every Thursday they'd probably liquidate the vast majority of their product? Do you know what I mean? So what are the sort of incentives to get people on board? Because the idea and the system, it's incredible, and it could be revolutionary for the traceability of textile waste.
Thank you. I think in my earlier submission, I mentioned two things. There are the informal path to disclosure, and there's also the formal disclosure. Now, so what we know very well that not everybody is going to migrate to the formal disclosure, which is listing item. However, what we've already done with the One Again initiative is we've already invested and constructed infrastructure. It's in Tema. We will invite some of you there. What we do over there is we've already built a system in place for anybody who wants to assess the formal market. We've got a studio where you can list your items. We've got IT teams there to support you to do so. We've invested in cameras. You can actually go over there, express your creativity and do that. So we've already made that infrastructure, the pilot version of it ready, and we are happy to support as many people that want to migrate to the formal sector with that. So that infrastructure is already in place, is ready, it's in Tema, and we are happy to engage as many people that in the trade that want to list online to participate. So yes, I don't know if that answers your question, but we have that infrastructure in place to support the ecosystem.
We have one more question here.
You wanted to know the incentives for you listing online. Is that what you wanted to know? So yes, I mean, for number one, if you are selling, of course, one bale, right? And you bear in mind that there's a lot of people that buy from Katamanto. Now, you have buyers who are equally happy to list online or to buy online. So what you have done is to create opportunities for those who cannot ordinarily step into the market, another avenue for purchase. And we can see how that ecosystem is growing over the last 5 years. We can see that happen. So even in terms of including these retailers in the whole fray, we have people that are ready to go into the market. Bear in mind that building capacity is critical. Go into the market to support these retailers and get them to list these items online as well. Okay.
Okay, so we're taking the last question from here.
Okay, good afternoon. My name is Mary. So I think that in the value chain, upcyclers are like foot. Okay, so upcyclers are like foot soldiers who also upcycle the second-hand clothing. However, I do not see upcyclers in the value chain. It ends up with the retailers. So I want to find out if they are part of a category that has been mentioned, because I do not see any upcycler being mentioned in it.
All right. Thank you, Mary. I think your question is very valid. The initiative that we launch here as part of the One Again bit is what is going to tackle that. Now, the focus of the app here is to look at tracing the textile and where it lands. Okay, so for everything, you need to first of all do it in stages. So the first stage is for us to provide feasibility or visibility of the textiles and where they land. Now, from the upcycle side of things, it is the post-consumer activity. So it's either it's an item that is not listed, that must be repurposed, that goes to the upcyclers, or somebody buys the item and wants to get a new remodel to use it. So we will incorporate it onto the marketplace. So once an upcycler makes something out of used clothing and wants a marketplace to list the item, you are more than welcome to list it here. That is why we have One Again onboarded on this platform, where they are going to engage all upcyclers community, so that if you are making some items from used clothing and it's coming from the value chain, we take record of that and put it back onto the platform, where you'll be rewarded for a climate action, because it's supposed to be an item that was going to go end of life or disposal, but you've actually made something out of it and bringing it back to life. That is where we say One Again. One Again is just meaning an item that was supposed to be disposed, but the community of upcyclers has given it a new life, so we say One Again. So it will come back onto the online marketplace to be sold. Now, what we are doing here is we are also opening up the marketplace for you. So it's not just a Ghana market, but a global market where great designs can be exposed to the UK market, and upcyclers' designs will be rewarded by the sales that will be generated from here. And mind you, we are not doing this for profit. It will be a free app where you can list your items and not be charged for it. Thank you.
A round of applause once again for them. And so we're going to acknowledge some of our very important personalities that are with us today. And if I mention a name, can you give them a round of applause for being here? Let's give it up for Akosia Abdallah. She's here with us. If you give us a wave, yes. Done in beautiful African print. Also a round of applause for Henry Mensah, who is a rep from the Ministry of Finance. If he's here with us, kindly give us a wave. We could also do it for Victoria Michaels, Sustainability Advocate Champion of the Environment and founder of Fashion Connect Africa. Victoria Michaels. Once again, let's do it for her. Okay, that's her right there. And then finally, the Executive Assistant to the Special Aid and Advisor to the President Joyce Bar Mokhtari, Yom Abledu. If you can give us a wave. Yes, yes, beautiful. Thank you so much, Inshira.
Right, so we are at a very important part of the day. We're going to go to lunch, and when we come back, we'll have a fun time, the back straight. So please enjoy your lunch. We're repeating the setup from yesterday. If you have a white coupon, you go to the 3rd floor. If you have a yellowish coupon, you are on the 1st floor. Thank you all very much for being an engaging audience. It's been a fun 2 days. I'm bowing out now. I'm leaving you in the capable hands of the incredible Judith Brown and Bernard Avle. Thank you all very much. See you after lunch. And it's for an hour, so we're back here at exactly 2:30.
privilege to welcome all of you here today for the opening of this landmark conference, Landmark to Landfills. We're here to redefine the global textile future. Let's not forget what our ancestors knew. That land is more than just territory or property. It is a living, breathing network of relationships between all living things, its histories and futures. May what we do at this conference be that necessary spark that ignites a whole new way of thinking, imagining, and working together.
Today marks more than just an event. It is a bold step towards transforming Ghana's position in a global textile economy and asserting our leadership in sustainability.
The implementation of a well-designed EPR scheme is key to redefining the global textiles for future, which is the very theme of this summit. By shifting from linear models to circular systems backed by clear producer responsibility, we can create a new paradigm, one where reuse, recycling and regeneration are embedded into the design, distribution and post-consumer handling of every garment produced. EPR is not just a policy tool, it is a cornerstone of the transformation we must lend together. Imagine a world where every garment is reclaimed.
There's going to be twice as much textiles created in the next 20 years. So one of the things that we have to bear in mind is that it's not only the type and the quality of textiles that's being created. One of the responsibilities that we need to try and get from manufacturers is that they slow down and don't produce so much of the oversupply. It is unnecessary.
We have a mandate to reduce our emissions by 64 million tons by 2030. And this, when you take a look at it, involves 34 greenhouse gas mitigation climate actions, of which 9 of them are unconditional sectoral measures, unconditional in the sense that at the time of development of the climate action, government had secured some source of funding to be able to reduce those emissions.
Ghana's journey towards a circular economy is not just a policy shift. It is a social transformation. It is about rethinking value, redefining responsibility, and reimagining development. With your support, we are capable of turning the waste into wealth. Our environmental challenges also into climate-smart solutions, and our youth into champions of entrepreneurship. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, let us build this future now. The future belongs to us. We have to build it now.
Really an amazing privilege to welcome all of you here today for the opening of this landmark conference, Landmark to Landfills. We're here to redefine the global textile future. Let's not forget what our ancestors knew. That land is more than just territory or property. It is a living, breathing network of relationships between all living things, its histories and futures. May what we do at this conference be that necessary spark that ignites a whole new way of thinking, imagining, and working together.
Today marks more than just an event. It is a bold step towards transforming Ghana's position in a global textile economy and asserting our leadership in sustainability.
The implementation of a well-designed EPR scheme is key to redefining the global textiles for future, which is the very theme of this summit. By shifting from linear models to circular systems backed by clear producer responsibility, we can create a new paradigm, one where reuse, recycling and regeneration are embedded into the design, distribution and post-consumer handling of every garment produced. EPR is not just a policy tool, it is a cornerstone of the transformation we must lead together. Imagine a world where every garment is reclaimed.
There's going to be twice as much textiles created in the next 20 years. So one of the things that we have to bear in mind is that it's not only the type and the quality of textiles that's being created. One of the responsibilities that we need to try and get from manufacturers is that they slow down and don't produce so much of the oversupply. It is unnecessary.
We have a mandate to reduce our emissions by 64 million tons by 2030. And this, when you take a look at it, involves 34 greenhouse gas mitigation climate actions, of which 9 of them are unconditional sectoral measures. Unconditional in the sense that at the time of development of the climate action, government had secured some source of funding to be able to reduce those emissions.
Ghana's journey towards a circular economy is not just a policy shift. It is a social transformation. It is about rethinking value, redefining responsibility, and reimagining development. With your support, we are capable of turning the waste into wealth. Our environmental challenges also into climate-smart solutions, and our youth into champions of entrepreneurship. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, let us build this future now. The future belongs to us. We have to build it now.
Creating real solutions to waste changes using circular economy thinking. And I have here with me Frank Sechere. Can you please introduce yourself and the work that you do?
Thank you very much, Amanda. Yeah, so I'm Frank Sechere, and I'm passionate about sustainable development.
Okay.
I work with an organization called Upcycle It Ghana.
Okay.
Yeah, so one of our core mandates is to repurpose the textile waste into valuable products.
Nice.
And, another vital aspect of the work we do is the awareness creation on the textile waste. And then also we do more of capacity building, where we train young people and creatives to upcycle these products as well. Yeah.
That's nice. And I can see a very beautiful design here made by Frank, and he put this together.
Yeah, sure. So this artwork is made from textile waste cast into pieces and then used for this logo.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Awesome. So now, what problem were you trying to solve when you started or when you joined Upcycle Ghana?
Okay, so globally, 92 million tons of textile waste are produced annually.
You don't mean it?
That's equivalent to one garbage truck full of textile clothing being dumped every second.
That's a lot.
Every second. So imagine we have 10 minutes to do this. It means an estimate of about 500 of these garbage trucks will be dumped after we are done here. That's really, really alarming.
It is.
Yeah, so it is through this, and then also the motivation came from us visiting the Kantamanto market and seeing all these tons of textile waste over there. So that was the drive.
I see.
And that was what led to us trying to repurpose these things and also encouraging people to join us as well.
Nice, I see.
Yeah.
Okay. What kind of waste are you really working with exactly?
The everyday thing that we all use. Your t-shirt, the corduroy, the jeans.
I can see a really good one there.
So all these are made from textile waste.
That's good.
Yeah. So it's just the everyday things that we use.
That's good.
Yeah.
That's fine. Are you training or mentoring others in this space, in this community?
Absolutely. So through this organization, we've been able to form an association. When you go to Kantamanto market, there are a whole lot of people who are doing upcycling but are not really aware that what they are doing is upcycling. So we sort of bring them under one umbrella and then we help them to add more professionalism to what they do and then also mentor them on how they can brand the work that they do.
So more or less they have to look at what the people actually love and then target whatever they are trying to make up towards somebody. That's good. That's a good one. Another thing I want to ask is that what advice would you give to a young person who wants to solve waste problem in their community?
I mean, it's what I would say that it's something that everybody should come on board. So if you're a young person, the problem is there and you are a creative, you should channel some of your energy into repurposing these textile waste. Because when they end up on the landfills, it's very difficult for it to decompose and then it adds to the emission. So if you are a young person and you are creative and you can help repurpose these textile waste, it will be, we are all better off getting involved.
Amazing. He's telling us to come on board and help. If we are interested, definitely come on board and help. In one sentence, tell us, what does waste not, lead more mean to you?
Sorry?
Waste not, lead more. What does it mean to you in one sentence?
Waste not. Waste not means that you shouldn't see waste as waste, but as a resource that is waiting to be transitioned.
Exactly. That's true. That's true. Okay. Frank, would you have any last words to say before we wrap up? So that
I'd like to encourage the general public to all come on board and support this initiative. If you are an exporter and also throughout the value chain and everybody who is involved. If you are an exporter, you are an importer, you should be really interested in what we are doing and try and come on board, collaborate with us, help us support the work that we are doing so that we amplify the solutions that we are giving to these textiles.
Collaboration and coming on board. Also, soon we've come to the end of our podcast, and I want to say that from waste warriors to business builders, Ghana's young green entrepreneurs are proving that circularity is not just about sustainability, it's about leadership. Thanks for joining us on Landfills to Landmarks. Thank you, Frank.
Thank you so much, Amanda. It was a pleasure.
Was it good? Was it audible enough?
Yeah.
We did it. Diesel, did you get it? Did you get some? Did you get some shots? Did you get some pictures?
This is really an amazing privilege to welcome all of you here today for the opening of this landmark conference, Landmark to Landfills. We're here to redefine the global textile future. Let's not forget what our ancestors knew. That land is more than just territory or property. It is a living, breathing network of relationships between all living things, its histories and futures. May what we do at this conference be that necessary spark that ignites a whole new way of thinking, imagining, and working together.
Today marks more than just an event. It is a bold step towards transforming Ghana's position in the global textile economy and asserting our leadership in sustainability.
The implementation of a well-designed EPR scheme is key to redefining the global textiles for future, which is the very theme of this summit. By shifting from linear models to circular systems backed by clear producer responsibility, we can create a new paradigm, one where reuse, recycling and regeneration are embedded into the design, distribution and post-consumer handling of every garment produced. EPR is not just a policy tool, it is a cornerstone of the transformation we must lend together. Imagine a world where every garment is reclaimed.
There's going to be twice as much textiles created in the next 20 years. So one of the things that we have to bear in mind is that it's not only the type and the quality of textiles that's being created. One of the responsibilities that we need to try and get from manufacturers is that they slow down and don't produce so much of the oversupply. It is unnecessary.
We have a mandate to reduce our emissions by 64 million tons by 2030. And this, when you take a look at it, involves 34 greenhouse gas mitigation climate actions, of which 9 of them are unconditional sectoral measures. Unconditional in the sense that at the time of development of the climate action, government had secured some source of funding to be able to reduce those emissions.
Ghana's journey towards a circular economy is not just a policy shift. It is a social transformation. It is about rethinking value, redefining responsibility, and reimagining development. With your support, we are capable of turning the waste into wealth. Our environmental challenges also into climate-smart solutions, and our youth into champions of entrepreneurs.
Thank you.
Okay, so please, we'd like to know more about you, what you do, and we are doing it.
Okay, so my name is Viva Bruce.
Okay.
I work as a fashion designer, and the name of my brand is VAD. So on Instagram, on Facebook, you can find me as VAD_official or VAD RTW, depending on what you're looking for. I've been in the fashion space for over 10 years.
Wow.
Maybe seriously working in the fashion space for maybe up to about 8 years now.
Okay.
And in between, I had a chance to work with the Electronic Waste Management Fund.
Oh, that's a new one.
So that's an agency that was set up by the government to manage the funds that come in to help manage e-waste in the country.
Awesome.
So for the past 5 years or so, I was with the e-waste fund working. Now the interesting thing about working with the e-waste fund is how it sort of opened my eyes to know how to do my work in the fashion space sustainably. Because I can tell you, I was working previously and not thinking about how the waste I am generating in my work is being managed. So, well, I've generated my waste and then I just dumped them. Zoomlion comes for them.
Wow.
But these days I've become more
sensitive
Okay.
to it, and
Yeah.
so I'll generate my waste and keep them.
Exactly, like you're conscious of what you're
Very
doing.
conscious of them, so I keep them. If you come into my production room, you'd see artworks that I have displayed through partnering with an artist to use the waste that I have generated to create very beautiful pieces.
Oh, something like this? Can it be something like this?
Oh,
Like
I'll
this
show,
was done
I'll show
from
you
outside
after.
Ghana.
I'll show you after the podcast. It's really
no
beautiful,
problem.
and I get people coming in and like, I want one of these. I want one, and this is just pieces of Ankara, pieces of laces he's put together to create like a big frame. Very colorful.
Wow.
So the beauty of working with the E-Waste Fund is the fact that my eyes have been opened to how to do my work sustainably in the fashion space.
But I'm more interested in something new I just heard, like the electronic aspect of like how is it generated, the recycling aspect of it. How do you do it?
Well, so my office was strictly receiving money. And then when we receive money, we sort of distribute to the players in the value chain. So you're looking at collectors, you're looking at recyclers, you're looking at dismantlers, transporters. We just collect the money at the harbour and then distribute to these value chain players to do their work. And so if you're collecting e-waste, you have money that we're paying to you as an incentive for collecting. If you're a recycler, there's money we're paying to you to recycle the electronic waste.
Oh, okay. So how is it in relation to L2L's agenda about you being here, gracing your presence at this event, and how do you see them together?
L2L is strictly fashion for me, so it has nothing to do with electronic waste. It's just fashion for me. I got interested in it because I'm conscious about textile waste and all that. So once I saw it, I was like, no, I need to be here to see the partnerships I can build, the connections I can make here, because we really need to be mindful of the waste we're generating in our business. I think the other thing is that we're more focused on the waste coming into the country from outside, which is the second-hand clothes and all that. But I tell you that if we have to focus on fashion designers and the waste they are generating, we'll marvel, because there's no data to it. A lot of attention is not there. But if we should start building data, we can really see the waste we're generating in our work. And I think that is really something that if L2L can look at, maybe for the next session they're going to do next year, they should have a session where they are focused on fashion designers and the waste they are generating with their work. Because I don't think they are, well, I've become mindful, so I won't say we, but I don't think they are really mindful of how the waste is being managed. Yes.
Awesome. I love this conversation, but like due to the time factor, we can't go more. But I would like to see more of the designs and your handles on Instagram and Facebook.
Definitely.
Sure, we'll get in touch.
Definitely.
Thank you so much for
talking to you.
Here.
Bye.
So much, Frida. I think we need to connect on LinkedIn. Please, are you active on LinkedIn?
Sorry. LinkedIn, I think I'm Viva Blue on it. But you see more of the English.
Okay.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, let us build this future now. The future belongs to us. We have to build it now.
privilege to welcome all of you here today for the opening of this landmark conference, Landmark to Landfills. We're here to redefine the global textile future. Let's not forget what our ancestors knew, that land is more than just territory or property. It is a living, breathing network of relationships between all living things, its histories and futures. May what we do at this conference be that necessary spark that ignites a whole new way of thinking, imagining, and working together.
Today marks more than just an event. It is a bold step towards transforming Ghana's position in the global textile economy and asserting our leadership in sustainability.
The implementation of a well-designed EPR scheme is key to redefining the global textiles for future, which is the very theme of this summit. By shifting from linear models to circular systems backed by clear producer responsibility, we can create a new paradigm, one where reuse, recycling and regeneration are embedded into the design, distribution and post-consumer handling of every garment produced. EPR is not just a policy tool, it is a cornerstone of the transformation we must lead together. Imagine a world where every garment is reclaimed.
There's going to be twice as much textiles created in the next 20 years. So one of the things that we have to bear in mind is that it's not only the type and the quality of textiles that's being created. One of the responsibilities that we need to try and get from manufacturers is that they slow down and don't produce so much of the oversupply. It is unnecessary.
We have a mandate to reduce our emissions by 64 million tons by 2030. And this, when you take a look at it, involves 34 greenhouse gas mitigation climate actions, of which 9 of them are unconditional sectoral measures. Unconditional in the sense that at the time of development of the climate action, government had secured some source of funding to be able to reduce those emissions.
Ghana's journey towards a circular economy is not just a policy shift. It is a social transformation. It is about rethinking value, redefining responsibility, and reimagining development. With your support, we are capable of turning the waste into wealth. Our environmental challenges also into climate-smart solutions, and our youth into champions of entrepreneurship. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, let us build this future now. The future belongs to us. We have to build it now.
An amazing privilege to welcome all of you here today for the opening of this landmark conference, Landmark to Landfills. We're here to redefine the global textile future. Let's not forget what our ancestors knew, that land is more than just territory or property. It is a living, breathing network of relationships between all living things, its histories and futures. May what we do at this conference be that necessary spark that ignites a whole new way of thinking, imagining, and working together.
Today marks more than just an event. It is a bold step towards transforming Ghana's position in a global textile economy and asserting our leadership in sustainability.
The implementation of a well-designed EPR scheme is key to redefining the global textiles for future, which is the very theme of this summit. By shifting from linear models to circular systems backed by clear producer responsibility, we can create a new paradigm, one where reuse, recycling and regeneration are embedded into the design, distribution and post-consumer handling of every garment produced. EPR is not just a policy tool, it is a cornerstone of the transformation we must lend together. Imagine a world where every garment is reclaimed.
There's going to be twice as much textiles created in the next 20 years. So one of the things that we have to bear in mind is that it's not only the type and the quality of textiles that's being created. One of the responsibilities that we need to try and get from manufacturers is that they slow down and don't produce so much of the oversupply. It is unnecessary.
We have a mandate to reduce our emissions by 64 million tons by 2030. And this, when you take a look at it, involves 34 greenhouse gas mitigation climate actions, of which 9 of them are unconditional sectoral measures. Unconditional in the sense that at the time of development of the climate action, government had secured some source of funding to be able to reduce those emissions.
Ghana's journey towards a circular economy is not just a policy shift. It is a social transformation. It is about rethinking value, redefining responsibility, and reimagining development. With your support, we are capable of turning the waste into wealth. Our environmental challenges also into climate-smart solutions, and our youth into champions of entrepreneurship. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, let us build this future now. The future belongs to us. We have to build it now.
Really an amazing privilege to welcome all of you here today for the opening of this landmark conference, Landmark to Landfills. We're here to redefine the global textile future. Let's not forget what our ancestors knew, that land is more than just territory or property. It is a living, breathing network of relationships between all living things, its histories and futures. May what we do at this conference be that necessary spark that ignites a whole new way of thinking, imagining, and working together.
Today marks more than just an event. It is a bold step towards transforming Ghana's position in a global textile economy and asserting our leadership in sustainability.
The implementation of a well-designed EPR scheme is key to redefining the global textiles for future, which is the very theme of this summit. By shifting from linear models to circular systems backed by clear producer responsibility, we can create a new paradigm, one where reuse, recycling and regeneration are embedded into the design, distribution and post-consumer handling of every garment produced. EPR is not just a policy tool, it is a cornerstone of the transformation we must lead together. Imagine a world where every garment is reclaimed.
There's going to be twice as much textiles created in the next 20 years. So one of the things that we have to bear in mind is that it's not only the type and the quality of textiles that's being created. One of the responsibilities that we need to try and get from manufacturers is that they slow down and don't produce so much of the oversupply. It is unnecessary.
We have a mandate to reduce our emissions by 64 million tons by 2030. And this, when you take a look at it, involves 34 greenhouse gas mitigation climate actions, of which 9 of them are unconditional sectoral measures. Unconditional in the sense that at the time of development of the climate action, government had secured some source of funding to be able to reduce those emissions.
Ghana's journey towards a circular economy is not just a policy shift. It is a social transformation. It is about rethinking value, redefining responsibility, and reimagining development. With your support, we are capable of turning the waste into wealth. Our environmental challenges also into climate-smart solutions, and our youth into champions of entrepreneurship. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, let us build this future now. The future belongs to us. We have to build it now.
Really an amazing privilege to welcome all of you here today for the opening of this landmark conference, Landmark to Landfills. We're here to redefine the global textile future. Let's not forget what our ancestors knew, that land is more than just territory or property. It is a living, breathing network of relationships between all living things, its histories and futures. May what we do at this conference be that necessary spark that ignites a whole new way of thinking, imagining, and working together.
Today marks more than just an event. It is a bold step towards transforming Ghana's position in a global textile economy and asserting our leadership in sustainability.
The implementation of a well-designed EPR scheme is key to redefining the global textiles for future, which is the very theme of this summit, by shifting from linear models to circular systems backed by clear producer responsibility. We can create a new paradigm, one where reuse, recycling and regeneration are embedded into the design, distribution and post-consumer handling of every garment produced. EPR is not just a policy tool, it is a cornerstone of the transformation we must lend together. Imagine a world where every garment is reclaimed.
There's going to be twice as much textiles created in the next 20 years. So one of the things that we have to bear in mind is that it's not only the type and the quality of textiles that's being created. One of the responsibilities that we need to try and get from manufacturers is that they slow down and don't produce so much of the oversupply. It is unnecessary.
We have a mandate to reduce our emissions by 64 million tons by 2030. And this, when you take a look at it, involves 34 greenhouse gas mitigation climate actions, of which 9 of them are unconditional sectoral measures. Unconditional in the sense that at the time of development of the climate action, government had secured some source of funding to be able to reduce those emissions.
Ghana's journey towards a circular economy is not just a policy shift. It is a social transformation. It is about rethinking value, redefining responsibility, and reimagining development. With your support, we are capable of turning the waste into wealth. Our environmental challenges also into climate-smart solutions, and our youth into champions of entrepreneurship. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, let us build this future now. The future belongs to us. We have to build it now.
Really an amazing privilege to welcome all of you here today for the opening of this landmark conference, Landmark to Landfills. We're here to redefine the global textile future. Let's not forget what our ancestors knew, that land is more than just territory or property. It is a living, breathing network of relationships between all living things, its histories and futures. May what we do at this conference be that necessary spark that ignites a whole new way of thinking, imagining, and working together.
Today marks more than just an event. It is a bold step towards transforming Ghana's position in a global textile economy and asserting our leadership in sustainability.
The implementation of a well-designed EPR scheme is key to redefining the global textiles for future, which is the very theme of this summit, by shifting from linear models to circular systems backed by clear producer responsibility. We can create a new paradigm, one where reuse, recycling and regeneration are embedded into the design, distribution and post-consumer handling of every garment produced. EPR is not just a policy tool, it is a cornerstone of the transformation we must lend together. Imagine a world where every garment is reclaimed.
There's going to be twice as much textiles created in the next 20 years. So one of the things that we have to bear in mind is that it's not only the type and the quality of textiles that's being created. One of the responsibilities that we need to try and get from manufacturers is that they slow down and don't produce so much of the oversupply. It is unnecessary.
We have a mandate to reduce our emissions by 64 million tons by 2030. And this, when you take a look at it, involves 34 greenhouse gas mitigation climate actions, of which 9 of them are unconditional sectoral measures. Unconditional in the sense that at the time of development of the climate action, government had secured some source of funding to be able to reduce those emissions.
Ghana's journey towards a circular economy is not just a policy shift. It is a social transformation. It is about rethinking value, redefining responsibility, and reimagining development. With your support, we are capable of turning the waste into wealth. Our environmental challenges also into climate-smart solutions, and our youth into champions of entrepreneurship. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, let us build this future now. The future belongs to us. We have to build it now.
An amazing privilege to welcome all of you here today for the opening of this landmark conference, Landmark to Landfills. We're here to redefine the global textile future. Let's not forget what our ancestors knew, that land is more than just territory or property. It is a living, breathing network of relationships between all living things, its histories and futures. May what we do at this conference be that necessary spark that ignites a whole new way of thinking, imagining, and working together.
Today marks more than just an event. It is a bold step towards transforming Ghana's position in the global textile economy and asserting our leadership in sustainability.
The implementation of a well-designed EPR scheme is key to redefining the global textiles for future, which is the very theme of this summit. By shifting from linear models to circular systems backed by clear producer responsibility, we can create a new paradigm, one where reuse, recycling and regeneration are embedded into the design, distribution and post-consumer handling of every garment produced. EPR is not just a policy tool, it is a cornerstone of the transformation we must lend together. Imagine a world where every garment is reclaimed.
There's going to be twice as much textiles created in the next 20 years. So one of the things that we have to bear in mind is that it's not only the type and the quality of textiles that's being created. One of the responsibilities that we need to try and get from manufacturers is that they slow down and don't produce so much of the oversupply. It is unnecessary.
We have a mandate to reduce our emissions by 64 million tons by 2030. And this, when you take a look at it, involves 34 greenhouse gas mitigation climate actions, of which 9 of them are unconditional sectoral measures. Unconditional in the sense that at the time of development of the climate action, government had secured some source of funding to be able to reduce those emissions.
Ghana's journey towards a circular economy is not just a policy shift. It is a social transformation. It is about rethinking value, redefining responsibility, and reimagining development. With your support, we are capable of turning the waste into wealth. Our environmental challenges also into climate-smart solutions, and our youth into champions of entrepreneurship. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, let us build this future now. The future belongs to us. We have to build it now.
Really an amazing privilege to welcome all of you here today for the opening of this landmark conference, Landmark to Landfills. We're here to redefine the global textile future. Let's not forget what our ancestors knew, that land is more than just territory or property. It is a living, breathing network of relationships between all living things, its histories and futures. May what we do at this conference be that necessary spark that ignites a whole new way of thinking, imagining, and working together.
Today marks more than just an event. It is a bold step towards transforming Ghana's position in a global textile economy and asserting our leadership in sustainability.
The implementation of a well-designed EPR scheme is key to redefining the global textiles for future, which is the very theme of this summit. By shifting from linear models to circular systems backed by clear producer responsibility, we can create a new paradigm, one where reuse, recycling and regeneration are embedded into the design, distribution and post-consumer handling of every garment produced. EPR is not just a policy tool, it is a cornerstone of the transformation we must lead together. Imagine a world where every garment is reclaimed.
There's going to be twice as much textiles created in the next 20 years. So one of the things that we have to bear in mind is that it's not only the type and the quality of textiles that's being created. One of the responsibilities that we need to try and get from manufacturers is that they slow down and don't produce so much of the oversupply. It is unnecessary.
We have a mandate to reduce our emissions by 64 million tons by 2030. And this, when you take a look at it, involves 34 greenhouse gas mitigation climate actions, of which 9 of them are unconditional sectoral measures, unconditional in the sense that at the time of development of the climate action, government had secured some source of funding to be able to reduce those emissions.
Ghana's journey towards a circular economy is not just a policy shift. It is a social transformation. It is about rethinking value, redefining responsibility, and reimagining development. With your support, we are capable of turning the waste into wealth. Our environmental challenges also into climate-smart solutions, and our youth into champions of entrepreneurship. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, let us build this future now. The future belongs to us. We have to build it now.
Really an amazing privilege to welcome all of you here today for the opening of this landmark conference, Landmark to Landfills. We're here to redefine the global textile future. Let's not forget what our ancestors knew, that land is more than just territory or property. It is a living, breathing network of relationships between all living things, its histories and futures. May what we do at this conference be that necessary spark that ignites a whole new way of thinking, imagining,